yeah, I'm on the train. I've been trying to stream, but the internet's been absolutely shocking. So yeah, I'll let you can see just going past a bit there.
Arriving at Huntingdon.
There we go. So if you were wondering if I'd done a little bit of pre-recce, no, I have not. I'm arriving right now. The plan is get through the barriers. I'm going to get a 30-minute timer on, ready to go. And yeah, second I go through them barriers, timer's on. I've got 30 minutes to find my camp spot. What Yost just said. Something about, I wonder what's possible. Let's get cracking. Train full of people behind me now. Right. Ready with the timer. I've never been to this station before, so I don't know where the barriers are or anything like that. Yeah. So what side am I getting off? On this side. There we go. So I'm going to give you a little spin so you can see what I'm up to. There's the station sign. There we go. I guess this way. There we go. Perthshire. I have no idea where that is. But hi Gillian. And Bodger, thanks for joining us. Quite a few people already. I'm going to give you a little spin around on the. There we go. Hello. So thankfully I'm behind everybody, and the guy just in front of me. I'll give you another spin actually. Look, he's got his headphones on, so he can't hear me talking. Well, maybe he can. I don't know. So off goes the train. Once I get away from the people and the noise, I'll give you a proper introduction as to what's going on. But ooh, I can choose which side I get off. Oh dear. What side then? I didn't expect that. There's a choice already. So I can go over there. A lot of people seem to be going that way. Let's follow the people. Let's follow the crowd. That could be a mistake, but I already winging it. I haven't even started the timer yet, but I decided I'd do it as I go through the barrier. That just makes a lot more sense. So I'm going to go up the steps. I'm going to go out that other side. So you may have guessed it already. I've never been here Huntingdon before. I'm going to switch again. So I've got no idea what is in front of me at all. So this could go completely wrong. Yeah, this is properly random. This may be the stupidest idea I've ever had, for sure. Which is why I put that in the thumbnail, because you know, I'm thinking this is stupid, but there we go. Ooh. Right. There's going to be a bit of a queue for a second. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be a bit sensible. I'm going to let everybody else go. That there's a queue of them behind me to get out. So rather than standing there in a queue, I'm going to do a quick little intro for the few people who have joined again. So yeah, Huntingdon Station. As soon as I go through that barrier, 30-minute timer's gone, and yeah, I've got that ready here. 30-minute time will go on, and that's how long I have to find a camping spot. I'm not sure where I'm going to head yet, whether I'm going to go towards the town centre or away from it. I'm just going to be completely winging it. I've never been here before, and of course the reason for this is my challenge for this week, or the weekend, but the month of August, the Stealth Camping Alliance Challenge, the Unplanned Stealth. So yeah, thanks to everyone else who's already uploaded a video. We've always got one ready to premiere. It's great to see so many people joining in. As a few have already said, quite often they end up being unplanned anyway, so it's not a huge ask to do an unplanned one. Right, here we go.
Are you going? Sorry. Sorry, I thought that you wanted to come in.
For a go. One-way ticket.
That's good.
No.
Come to see me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. There we go. Oh, of all the thing, I've missed that thing there. Wee, Billy Bird, #1 fan. Glad to hear it. Right, so I think that's just the car park that side. So this way. Oh, timer. Get the timer on. Right, here we go. Timer is starting. It's on. 30 minutes to go. So, or less than. Oh dear. The timer is on. There's no relaxing for the next 30 minutes. Right. Let's give you guys a look at where I'm going. So, anyone who's joining right now and thinks, what is this nonsense? This looks boring. Well, I promise you it's maybe not the most riveting thing for the next 10 minutes, but in about 20 minutes or so, it's going to get really hectic if I haven't found a spot to camp. So, yeah. But if you like random stuff, then you're in the right place. Oh, dear me. I'm not even sure which way is north and south at this point. So, if that's the train I came, is that the train I came on? If that is, yeah, because I came off that side. So, yeah, so north is sort of this way, and behind me is south. I think the station is on the south side of Huntingdon. I didn't see a lot of buildings before we stopped, so I'm guessing the main part of Huntingdon is to the north or somewhere sort of roughly in that direction. Oh, do we go into the town centre or do we go this way? The bushes. Yeah. Hi, Noah. Good to see you, man. I don't know that camping right in the station is a good idea. I think I want to give it maybe 10 minutes of walking before I decide that I found a spot. I'm going to be honest, just over here, there are some trees and some bushes. That looks pretty good. So for the moment, that's the plan. Woo! Well, I was feeling a bit cold waiting for the train at Olsey Station. That's where I got on. And so I put my shirt on because I was in my shorts and t-shirt before. And I was getting a little bit cold, so I put it on. But I can tell you the adrenaline's kicked in. I'm feeling warm now. Oh, look, this is the other side. Probably could have just come out the other side then. Already wasting my time. Oh, noisy motorbike. I do apologise. My garden. Yeah, that's one thing to tell people. Well, Burrows Drive. That doesn't look like the sort of signage that tells me I can go down there. Yeah, some interesting spots. A bit close to the road, to be honest. Seems like a main footpath through. Not sure what this space is actually. There are houses there and there, so this is kind of like a dead space. There's lots of space around here. That looks interesting. We should probably go over there. It's all a bit close at the moment, though. I'll be honest. If I find something this quick, I'm going to be mildly disappointed, but at the same time worried that I'm a bit close to the action. I was hoping for a bit more of a relaxed camp after the kind of flourish of trying to find one. I've brought some easy food with me. Whew. Right, I'm going to try and pace myself a little bit here now and try not to wobble this too much. I'm going to try and use the tripod thing, the actual. How's that? There you go. That's not too shabby. It's not too wobbly either. That's pretty good. Yeah, so the space behind me looks interesting. There's a bench. Where's the bench? Over here. Somewhere around there. I can't see it in the camera. But there's a bench over there. Yeah, just around here. That would be quite nice to use in the evening as a place to sit. And if I could get in the middle of those bushes, that'd be awesome. But I've got a feeling that's not going to be possible, I'll be honest. So I'm just going to keep walking down here. I think the other way seemed much busier. I don't know if I've disappointed anyone by going for the safe and easy option of the quiet way, but trust me when I say it's still not that quiet here. There's a lot of cars, a lot of foot traffic, stuff going on with signs. Yeah, there's plenty going on. I'm going to shorten this up. It's wobbling too much. It's a hassle to have to hold on to it. And this just doesn't work as well as my 360. There you go. And that is just super wobbly. And that's not too bad. So if I'm fidgeting around with the camera a lot, I'll be honest, this is quite hard to hold compared to my 360 camera, which is just a dream, really. Oh, Dan Gaze is in. Hi, Dan. Looking forward to see where you end up. All my family watching. Oh, hi, Dan, and hi, Dan's family. And yeah, time is ticking away, Yost. But at the moment, I'm feeling confident. There's some good green spaces around, so we'll see how it pans out. I'll give you a little spin around to give you guys a look at what I'm seeing. So, well, I'm going to stop for a second. Ooh, holding this camera. So, yeah, I've got options. I can carry down here. I can go that way. Bus route over there by the looks of it. I'm not sure what that bodes well for me or not. There is a little space down here. Oh, there's a gap here through the hedge. There's space down here. What's that about? Ooh. Do I see some flat area down there? Look. Do you see that? If that's in the trees flat down there, that'd be incredibly good. Oh, is that worth a look? I don't know if you guys can make that out. What do we think, chat? Do I go down and have a little look down there? Or is that a bit too close to the action? I'm likely to get some teenagers coming through on a Saturday night. One way to find out, I'll look down there and see what rubbish is about. Right. One concern is if anyone from these houses to the side here, if they see me go in, it's going to be a little bit obvious what I'm doing. So I'm just going to try and look out for anybody peering around at me. You keep your eyes peeled too. Shout out if you see anyone. Yeah, there's yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, there's a little footpath or something through here, little trail. Wonder where this goes. Oh, there's an area under the tree here. It's a little obvious, but oh, well, oh, there's a playing field. Ah, look at this space. This is pretty good. Hey, the way in the tree. Good to see you, man. I'd like to think I was living the dream. I'll decide now if I find a good spot or not. So here's the problem. There's obviously local kids. I don't know if you can see them. Just through there. There you go. He's playing with a ball. And obviously this is a local playing field. There is some more areas down the side of the field. I'm sort of looking down this area here. So there might be better options than this because this is pretty in your face. Yeah, this is really good spot. Would be really comfortable. Tree to lean up against. But I don't think that I'd be getting away with it if anyone walks by. Right in the middle of the field. Do you know, if I thought I'd get away with it, maybe. Yeah, look, there's some activity up here. Some people just walked up across the green space, I think, and they're just up there. Do you see them? I'm going to check on my time and see how long I've got left of my 30 minutes. Open. Ooh, I have just over 20 minutes left, so I'm a third of the way through. Oh, but good result so far. I'm going to go back up here. If all else fails, I think that's a reasonably good spot. I'll be honest, even down in this little dip here would probably work once it gets dark. Oops, sorry, hitting the mic. Run, 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 go, 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 yeah. If I try to run with this camera in my hand, either I'm going or you are, I think I'm going to just stick to a brisk walking pace. Also, if I get out of breath, all you'll hear is me going, and that's not going to be fun. So, yeah, this is a bit of a danger. I don't want to make it too obvious what I'm up to. I have some teenagers coming from the other side. So I'm going to just hold the camera a little bit surreptitiously. Hopefully you can still see okay. I don't want to make it too obvious what I'm up to. Yeah. So you guys up. Yeah, they went by with a little look as to say what's he up to. You see him behind me. And then I've got the kids to the left of me in that field now. Bacon, bacon, bacon. What's this about bacon? Yeah, there's definitely some trees to the left, but they're not very like, it's not a very wide area of trees. It's not a perfect area for this. Ooh, behind that tree could work. Let me spin you around. Obviously, some of the kids use that area. You can see all the rubbish. And it is pretty close to this path. I don't know how much this path is used. You can sort of see that how much stuff is across it. I think people use the other one to my right. That said, having looked over to the right, there's a lot of tree space there. There's a little way in just here. That could work. Oh, look out for traffic. Right. Let's go down this path. And we're in the other corner of the field now. Yeah, there's like a little spot in there, but it's not flat. Right. I don't bring too much attention to myself and them kids. Ooh, what do we have here? Those kids are actually, if you can see them, they're just over here. The kids are actually riding away from me, so they're not even looking in this way. They're looking where they're going. And we have a big old container. Well, if Biffa was here, I know what he'd say. It's a palace. Oh, this could work, this spot here. That's not too shabby. I've had worse. I think that's probably my chosen spot unless I find something better in the next, I don't know what, 15 minutes I think I must have left. Yeah, just literally just in the side there. That would work okay. Potentially I could even climb into this area here. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Oh, look, so I think this is the rail line just under here. That looks like it's potentially a rail line, or maybe it's for a road. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think I've hit jackpot here. There's got to be something worthwhile using here. Oh, it's barbed wire stopping me from getting into that area. Which is a bit of a shame. At the same time, it's not very flat in there. You probably can't tell on the camera, but that's sloping quite a lot. There might be some flat spaces a bit further back towards the road, but I'm going to just explore all the way around this park. But I think we found the site, really. It's going to be somewhere in this park. I don't see anything good over here. Yeah, I'm going to just make my way and have a look at these ones here. They look suspiciously like something that would have a little space in for me. And if there's nothing there, then I'll choose between the first two spaces. I can go back to the corner over here and get to that first big tree. And like that is, I think, if you can see it, that is the tree just there that we first saw. But then also I've got to choose between that and behind the container there. But this is a good space. Pretty open. Ooh, look what I just dropped. Whoopsie. I'll be needing that later. So yeah, a bit of a result really. I mean, can't complain. I didn't know what to expect, and sometimes you come across a field like this and it's far too busy, far too many people using it. But this is like one of those spaces where that you can even see that. I'll take you to the post here. Look, you see how like rusty it is, and just they've obviously, you know, they've relined it recently, and they have been looking after it a certain amount, but it's not the kind of space that I'm thinking that you're going to get loads of like families turning up, little kids, dog walkers, that sort of thing. It's more going to be like kids here for football, and that's about it really. Maybe the local lads hanging around. So the main concern, I think, is just steering clear of where the teenagers might end up this evening. But again, it's quite late. Young teenagers aren't going to be a problem. It's the old ones, isn't it? So let me spin you around and show you where I'm going again. Sorry for my hand keep going in the way. It's quite difficult to sort of work everything out on the fly like this. I'm sure at some point in the future I'll get a lot better at this. Whew. Yeah, this corner is quite quiet. I'm near the houses. You can sort of see there. The houses are right there. But I don't mind that too much if I'm quiet and I don't create any fuss. It should be okay. So it just depends what's around this corner. Is there anything at all, or is it just a corner and nothing else? Let's see what we get. Oh, now there's a way in. Oh. Now. What do we have here? Oh. If you can see it, let me see if I can turn the light on for you. There you go. That's going to add a little bit of light. So there are some cans here. That's evidence of some teenagers. But there's ample space about. I'm thinking that a tent in here. No, that's be quiet. That's someone's garden, right the other side of this fence. So I couldn't be super loud. I'd have to be a bit quiet. But there's space here. Easy. This is a good spot for a tent to go down. And I don't think I'm getting any like through traffic through here. I could put a tent right here, to be honest, but obviously people could walk through. But I'm thinking once it gets dark, if anyone walks through, they're not likely to be looking left and right. There is actually like a fence just across there. So they can only come through this point here. And so they're obviously just going to come down and follow this path. I'm just going to look where it goes and do a proper recce of the situation. Let's just have a look to see how long I've got left. Oh no, I've got loads of time. Got 11 minutes left, he says. Famous last words. Excuse the noise of my fire pit. So down we go. Ooh, big dark hole. Ooh. I'm gonna step in that during the night. What do we have? Oh, is there like a proper footpath down here? What's this? I know it's just a big. Oh, it's a big log, and just the path goes around it. That's interesting. I mean, can I camp behind this? Move some of these big logs? Not sure I'm keen on that, 100%. It's an interesting big log, but we've got to go around. Oh, we seem to have quite a few people in now, so hello to anyone I haven't already said hello to. Give me a shout out in the chat. Let me know you're in. It's always nice to know who's along for the journey. This goes on for a while. Where does this go? Well, there's some proper, like, I wouldn't want to step in that by accident either. Oh, look, this is like someone's like made BMX track here. That's what this is. So there's a big mound here, big dip, and then, so I'm guessing they sort of come from where I am, jump over it, down on the other side. Essentially, I don't want to be on this side then. There's a whole woodland here. Okay. Now, I don't want to get run down in the wee hours of the morning by somebody out for an early Sunday ride on their bike, but there are plenty of areas in here. I could pitch it here for all it matters. Yeah, Yost, you're pretty much watching me get lost. I've not been paying attention to where I've been going. I'm hoping that when I go backwards on this path, that there aren't lots of options. Ah, this is a great space. It's not exactly an urban stealth at this point. Sort of is, because I'm definitely still near buildings and not that far from urban stuff, but I mean, this looks pretty tasty. I could put my tent right here. That's nice and flat. Got a place to sit. Anyone walking past here is not going to give me too much trouble. But again, it's getting late. I don't know how many people are going to be walking down here anyway. There's that thing, once it gets dark, you're not walking here without a torch. And most people are going to shine it on where they're walking, not around in the bushes. So as long as I don't make sounds, even somebody walked by me within a couple of meters wouldn't see me and wouldn't look up. I'm thinking this is pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's been a lot of bike traffic through here. Yeah, I could roll this log potentially to sort of, if this is movable. Oh, it is, yeah. That is this thing here, if you can see it. That moves. I'll kick the other side. Move more like, there you go. That. If I put that on the line, so if anyone does blast down here on their bike and sort of come on through, I just put that at the end of my tent, so they're going to have to brake for that. Give them a little heads up, a little warning. Maybe throw a few of these smaller sticks either side as well to create a barrier. But this is like a little dark patch. Oh, this is it. Success. Down goes that. Hi, Sparker. I see you in. Nice to have you here, dudes. Right. Let me spin that around. Turn this light on. Turn that light off. There we go. So sorry for the poor light at the moment. We'll set things up properly in a little bit. But for now, this is the space. Let's see how much time I had left. Wow, that was less fuss than I thought it was going to be. I have got just over 6 minutes left. result. Now on for a nice chill evening. I've got my usual gear. Any of you who've watched the channel before know exactly what I'm setting up. I've got my tent with me. No bivvies today, it's just a proper tent one. And I've got my fire pit. Got a little bit of charcoal with me because I thought I might end up being urban. But there's a lot of firewood around here. So yeah, I don't know. I might still use the charcoal just to make things easy. It's quite nice when I'm live streaming and chatting to you guys. I don't have to worry about the fire too much and reloading things and whatnot. So yeah, I think we'll still use the charcoal, but then I've got a lot of wood to keep it going and have a nice long fire through the night. But this is it. This is home for the night. A nice, beautiful, serene little woodlands. And I do feel very secluded. There's definitely some traffic noise over that way. And I can hear trains over that way. So basically traffic noise and then trains. Oh yeah, you can probably hear that. I know the trains are clearly going across here because it started in that direction and it's kind of just all the way over there. So that's fine. They'll slow down and stop, come a bit later. So first things first, I think what I'm going to do is get the tent up and move some of these logs into a better position to keep things a bit safe. Probably set some lights up first, actually. So first thing lights, next thing tent, and then the logs, and then we'll get into a bit of cooking. And I've got a few little bits and pieces to tell you about. I did post about it, and I think potentially lots of you don't see the posts because obviously YouTube and posts is not a big thing, but there's definitely some interesting stuff happening, and I want to tell you guys about it and hopefully include you in some stuff. So yeah, stick around. Don't leave too soon just because it's boring, because some guys just putting up a tent. Unlike when I edit these things, I can't chop that out at this point. I'm just gotta accept it's part of the deal. You get the boring bits as well as the rest. So let's see how that looks in terms of, yeah, so I'm definitely going to have to set up some lights. That's okay. But I think we'll put that about like that. Let's get some lights on. What is that hooked to? Why am I hooked to something? What have you hooked yourself to, you silly thing? There we go. Right, okay. Let's see how that looks. That should light things up a bit better. Yeah, there you go, look. You can turn this one off, that's not doing anything at all. There we go. So we've got that one there. And I think we need another one somewhere, maybe there. Yeah, that might just be out of shot. Oh, that's a bit too bright, isn't it? Oh, that's just because I'm on it. There you go. How's that for some lighting? Oh, casting a shadow there, but there you go. Yeah, I think that's good enough though. Ooh, spooky. So yeah, I'm going to get that tent sorted. Just throw a few sticks over, just to block that way a little bit. That's good. There we go. Don't know if you could see any of that happening, but it was happening. Right, there's a big one here already. I'll post that one up there like that. There we go. Right. Right, okay. So where's my tent actually going to go? Think about here. Just clear the ground as per usual. I don't use a ground sheet, and so I just have to take a bit of extra time to make sure I don't have any nasty stuff on the ground to puncture my tent or my sleeping mat. It's pretty good though. Right, let's have a think. Yeah, head's going to be about here. Legs will be about here. Let's snap that off. That's good. Normally try to be off the path a little bit more than this, but it's make do. Right, I haven't lost you all yet then. I'll make this quick, don't you worry. It doesn't take long. Got a few bevies with me. No, I won't be getting drunk, as any of you know. I don't drink, so it's not going to happen. So you won't get any fun blottoed shenanigans, but you will see me making a nice fire with my charcoal and relaxing, having a nice evening. It's about time I had a relaxing one. There's been a lot of crazy stuff going on and a lot of ridiculous camps, and there's going to be some really stupid stuff happening in a month or so. So I'm going to take a quiet, nice, easy one when I can. So I see a big old red mark up there. What does that mean? Let's have a little look. Billy Bird says, camera was okay. You may wake up in the morning with no health sleeping by your side. Really? Oh, what's the coordinates? Don't share my location. I don't know. Who wants to come join me? I'm guessing many of you are too far away to get to me before morning. Yeah. What else we got in here? We've got some a big wave from Sparker. Craig's in. Hi, Craig. Evening. So you get to witness the fun of me putting my tent up nice and quickly, hopefully. Let's just make sure that it's definitely on the right slope. It's a bit of a dipped situation, but I think we're okay. Yeah, that is fine. Just there. The big question is, will the pegs go in? Will the pegs go in the floor? It's pretty compacted. And these are good for the soft ground. I don't really know how they're going to go with the hard ground. But pegs is the first thing to do, so I'm about to find out. So, I don't know how many of you change your tents very often, and your gear and whatnot, but especially a tent. I always think the problem with changing a tent too often is that you're not used to putting it up. And it's quite nice to have a tent that you know how to put up, because it can just go really quick and easy. Now, I've said that. I've said that. Famous last words. Essentially, I'll do this one side down here first, so I know where I'm essentially getting it. I think I want to just be a little bit more that way. I want to be sloped in the wrong direction. There we go, up there. Oh, it's going in. It's tough, but it's going in. That is good. Oh, and then. Oh. Oh, jeez. Sorry for the huffing and puffing, but oh, that was almost a no-go, that one. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, this side's not so difficult, thankfully. That one over here. I'll hold that side out. Oh, that's nice. All right, next job, cut me a pole. Excuse if the lighting's a bit poor. I'm doing my absolute best here. Now, we've got quite a few people in. Hello to the new people. Shout out and tell me who's in if you've just joined. All right. Whew. Just need a stick. Shall I bring you with me? I could try. Now what I might do is see if I can't connect this in a way that makes some sense. Hold on. Right. That's not going to flood anything out, is it? Hopefully not. I don't know. Is that better or worse? Oh, I'm looking right at that as worse. Okay. Right. There's a way to do this a bit better. Just going to do that. There you go. Sorry about that. Let's put that back on wherever that was. There we go. Right. Just need a stick. There was a few on the floor over here. Have a look, see if there's a straight one. Need a relatively straight stick. And I've lost all my night vision because I was looking at the light. Oh, that's a bit brutal. Oh. Sorry if you can't see anything. Hopefully you can hear what's going on. Oy, but I am just finding a stick. I don't know that that's very interesting. That's a bit short. It's a shame. That could have been good. Just need a nice straight stick. Sometimes that's easier said than done. Hope the sound doesn't crap out while I'm in the middle of this. A stick. Ooh. Pot. Okay. I'll bring this over. The one for the bottom end is really easy. As any old stick would do. I only need like a foot and a quarter or something like that. But I've just found this one. It's not perfectly straight, but it's where I find a perfectly straight one. Here we go. This should do the job. It's up to my chest, which usually means it's tall enough. I just need to get rid of some of the rubbish bits. It's a bit more seasoned than I'd normally use. I prefer to have a slightly more greener one, but this does mean it's going to be stiff or rigid. Can we use the word stiff? I've just used the back of the saw. I'm not blunting my saw up doing this. So, like, cut with this side, but scrape with that side just to scrape off any, if you can see that, there's some bark just hanging off, so I just peel it off, clean it up a bit. It's going to be inside the vestibule, so I have my bag leaning against it. That's my usual way to do these things. I do it differently if the conditions are worse, but in the dry, it's all okay. So yeah, just got to get the right height now. That's lovely. Left a little bit here, so when it's like that, that's a little kind of hook, if you can see. So I leave, when there's a nice clean one like that, the right height, that's perfect. I can like hook things onto that. My glasses, a light, any old thing. I do have a hook in the very top, well, like a hoop, I should say, in the very top of this thing, which is for out there, which is for a light and stuff like that, but it's nice having an extra one. I always go, that looks dodgy, doesn't it? I always go a little bit longer than I need just for the first cut, just because sometimes I mess it up and then I'm left wondering, why have I got a stick that's an inch too short? Because obviously it's meant for a trekking pole, which you just adjust the height of, but you just see it, because it kind of depends a little bit on what's going on with this bit here. There we go. Oh no, that's bang on. So I just need to lay down for a second. Need another tent peg. Now sometimes in windy conditions with very soft ground, this will take two, but I've got a feeling in here, sheltered as it is, and with things the way they are, with the floor, I think that this is going to be fine with just one. Right, that's where I'm going. Clear the floor a little bit so I can get to it, because it's a little bit full of, what do you call it, ivy here. Oh, get that right in. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's taut. Wow. That's the most taut I've had this thing in a while. Right, and just grab a short stick from the ground that isn't going to snap too easy. Oh, no, that's snapping far too easy. Okay, something a little thicker than that. This looks good. No, that snapped really easy too. Ah. There's a green one here, but that's not stiff. Okay. Oh, why is it being difficult for the small one? Let's see what we've got. No, wow. I'll say this much: the wood here is going to be really good for fuel if I want it, but just not particularly robust for this job. I think this might do. It's a bit thicker than I normally use, but there we go. Hopefully you can see roughly what I'm up to. I'll angle you down a little bit. I think you're a bit angled up, aren't you? There you go. Right. So one more tent peg. I do have a few more tent pegs because I can sort of pull out some of the sides and stuff. There's like extra bits, and I put a stick next to the tent if need be and do something to sort of pull out the side a bit more. So that's too long. Okay, how long does that want to be? I want to cut that about there. Okay. And this is why the saw is just a cracking bit of kit to have with me. I'll say this much as well. So far, so good. There's not been a soul through here. That's a good sign. There we go. Loosen that up a little bit. Oh, it's very, very difficult to push it in this end. Yeah, the ground here is super duper firm. It's got to be the only word for this. Right. Oh, that is good. I can even just put this thing on something. Let's see what we've got. So I'll put this somewhere to raise it up slightly. Just a little. Doesn't need a lot. Just looking for a little bit of tension. There you go. Nice. Wow. Easy as that. Hopefully that didn't take too long for you guys and I didn't bore you. Yeah. Right. Get some stuff around. I think I'll get the fire going before I start trying to put my mat up or anything, just because it's got a bit late and it would not hurt. Where are my sit mats? Did I drop them out on the walk? I know that the oh no, oh, silly me. So where have my sit mats gone? Oh dear. Okay, so we have the first problem of the night then. I've dropped my sit mats somewhere. Aha. So that's a lot of fun. Not sure where they've got to. But I guess for now, I'm going to have to go for a little walk. So anyone who didn't see where we are is now going to get a view of that. Let's spin this around. Let's bring that up like that. There we go. I'm not sure which way I came in all fairness, but I've got to now find the sit mats. Oh dear. Hunting for sit mats. Did you get any pudding for eating all your... Oh, you were chatting to each other. That's good. I thought you were talking to me then. Right. So I've got a feeling I've dropped all that in the park, but that's okay. It's actually still quite light out. It doesn't look like that on camera, but it's actually quite bright, the sky at the moment. It's just that I'm in the bushes there in the trees, so it doesn't look that bright. Obviously, once the fire pit fell out, I must have lost the sit mats too. Hopefully I didn't lose them somewhere earlier. That would be awkward. Of course, I've left all my gear there unattended, so I've got to really hope no one finds that. Well, we've got a lot of people in. Hello to all the new people. Say hello in the chat. I will eventually get around to looking at the chat and saying hello to all of you back and seeing who's in. Whew. Shout if you see a couple of blue mats. Got that hole. Blimey. Ooh, don't step in the hole. Don't you open that trap door, because there's something down there. Let me know if you know what that reference is. That's an old one, but a good one. Did I drop them here? One through here. No. So there's a potential I dropped them before the fire pit even. which is going to be really bad. Unless they are in there and I've not dropped them and I've just left them laying around somewhere, which will be slightly annoying because I'll be wasting my time walking around here looking for something that's not here. But oh, that hares or rabbits. I don't know if you could see them just in the field over here. Oh, that's really annoying. Oh wait, I think I see some blue just over here. Ah, and then another thing over here. There they are. Found. What are you doing here? Stupid thing. Honestly. You think they have no brains? Just jumping out my pack like that. Unbelievable. And the last one. Aha, we haven't lost them. I'll say this much. As I say, it's brighter out here so you can actually see. And it is a lovely area actually. I don't think you can really see much of it down there on the camera, but yeah, it's quite nice down there. Might have to explore that in the morning. Yeah. I may do another little live stream in the morning, maybe. Don't know if anyone's up for that. Let me know in the comments and chat. I might do a little live stream in the morning once I'm up. We can have breakfast together and then go exploring down there. Of course, I'll probably pack up my gear first, pack the tent up, and be ready to sort of get off pretty sharpish. Because the last thing I want to do is go exploring in the morning with my gear all laying around. Now, as I said, I don't know Huntingdon at all. Could be an absolutely lovely area, but it could be full of thieves as well. I have no idea. There's definitely some places I've been to for my camps where I wouldn't trust leaving anything, no matter how cheap and nasty, laying around, because someone will probably have it. Not pointing fingers, Northampton. Oh dear. There we go, back into the trees. Yeah, it feels much darker in here. Wow, we got lucky. So lucky. This is a really nice spot, actually. I mean, who knows what could happen, though? I've no idea what's at the other end of this footpath, or if it is a footpath. So, yeah, I wonder if I can change this to the spotlight, if it'll make any difference to you guys. Let me just see. Well, yeah, look. You know, you can see further ahead now. And what I'll do is I'll angle you down a little bit. There you go, you can see the spotlight now. Whoop, and off to the side it goes. Aha. Bring that to the middle. There you go. You can see. And so can I. This is the best way to walk around with the camera at night. There's the fallen down log. We have to go this way. Can we find the tent again? Hopefully. It really shouldn't be hard, but I've got lost easier than this before, I'll be honest. I'm not paying attention. The 1 kilo mission with Ethan, I don't know how many of you have seen that, but that was shocking. My sense of direction on that mission was just non-existent. Oh, I can see my light over there. So where I'm shining the light now, past that tree, if I dip it down, you might actually see, yeah, there you go. You can just make out the light. So just there, if I dip down again, you can see the light. That is camp. There's my other light. Let's go and see if anyone's moved in and squatting in my tent. That would be some footage, wouldn't it? That would be quality content. Me heading home without my tent because someone's decided to squat in it and I can't get them out. Yeah, that'd be a brilliant finish, wouldn't it? I tell you what, though, there's a lot of these like dips here, little mounds and dips. If you were wandering around here in the dark, you'd really hurt yourself. So, yeah. Admittedly, anyone coming through here would see me because of the lights. That's undoubtedly a thing. But there you go. Look, my blockade. I put a load of stuff there so that if anyone sort of comes flying down here on a bike, they're going to see that and have to stop, and that'll give them a chance to look up and see a big old tent there and go, oh, okay, we're not going that way today. There we go, campsite. Hey. And a spot for me to sit. Now that I have sit mats, let's get them down. Right, I'm going to switch back to the other light. I think I'm close enough quarters now to warrant that. 1 second. We've got to reach the button. There we go. That's good. There we have it. So yeah, that's the tent. What I might do is just shine that like that. Oh, that's good. There we go. Ooh, I just tripped over my own guy line. Yeah, that tent is nice and taut. Just going to make sure the mesh is closed. Yes, it is. There you go. The usual sight in there. Right. Sit down, spin this camera around. There we go. Now you get to see my ugly mug. I'm going to have a couple of minutes of rest while I get the fire pit out. What I'm going to do, I'm going to try something new today. I'll have you guys low. Yeah. There we go. Ooh. Right. Take the old glasses off while I'm close quarters. Ooh. And let's see if we can't get this as low as possible. Right, there you go. Different angle. Nice low one. Whoa. Need a little bit of a bevy. Right, if any of you are having a drink, cheers. Oh, there's plenty of space here to do whatever I want with. It's cracking. Right. So, fire pit. I'm going to get this started, and then I'll do the chat. Often, I've realised a mistake I make like so often it's unreal. Which is, say I start chatting before I get the fire going and before I sort any food out, and it ends up being 3 hours before I'm eating. Excuse the noise. As always, a really noisy fire pit. Sorry about this. If you're wearing headphones, take them off now. Oh dear. I swear, the older it gets, the noisier it is. I think partly that's because, like, basically I've abused this thing. It's all out of shape. And I could go to the effort of bending it all back into shape. But instead I just work harder to put it together. Nearly there. There we go. There were definitely quieter stoves out there. There you go. 3 people have run off because of the noise. It'll be over very soon. I promise. Right. So, just clear space in front of me where we don't want to start up a fire. Put that there. And let's see. Can I make this so that you can see me and the fire pit? I don't know. I might try this. Let's see how this goes. Okay, that's not bad. So then I can aim that down. Okay. Just a second. Oh, chopped my head off. Okay, that was too far. just adjust that slightly up. You still see that? Yeah, thereabouts. Let's see. Right, fiddling. Anyway, there you go. That's not too bad. It's all right. I might bring that over here. Just get rid of that ivy on the floor. There we go. Well, chopped my head off a little bit there, but when I set back, it's all right. Jobs are good. Cheers again. Right. Okay. Woo. There's another lighting trick. Apparently, I put a light behind me. I don't know that's really going to do much here. There's not much to light up. Nah, that's of no worth. Not today. Sometimes if there's lots of stuff behind me, it works quite well. Right. Ooh. Time for a breath. Oh wow, this is a peaceful spot though. Really nice. Always worried like I've left a piece laying around somewhere. I've no longer got a full fire pit. Right. Yeah, I will use the charcoal. And yes, it's lazy, but I've carried it all this way. I will reap the benefits of a bit of charcoal with me. A bit of fire lighter. Trusty little lighter. This thing has never let me down. Tiny little clipper lighter. Big little thing. Don't even need to refill it that often, to be fair. Yeah, it's never ever let me down. And I've been using it for years. What do you guys use? Shout in the comments. I had thought about doing a video where I tried doing a little bit of fire starting just with some wood. Literally just go with my, probably use my saw just for ease of stuff, but just my saw and my knife, but maybe even just my knife, and seeing if I can start a fire. You know, the old rub the sticks together job. I mean, if I go quick enough, maybe it'll work. No, I actually do know how to do it, but it's been a long time since I've done it. So, and it's not like I used to do it regularly or anything. I did it like twice, I think, in my lifetime, and I was much younger. Have you guys ever done that? Right, I'm not going to go straight to charcoal. I'm actually going to throw a bit of wood in, just because I'll add some heat mass and get this going a lot quicker. So why not? He says, but then none of it goes over the firelight. That's all right. We'll get some around it first and then build up over the top. And we'll get heat mass. And that'll spread to the charcoal a lot quicker then. There we go. Building it up nicely now. Yeah, it's been so dry here. There's just so much like burnable material. It's just ridiculous. Smoke it first, as always, though. There we go. Ooh. use a stick to do that, shall we? Yeah. It's getting a bit of structure, now a bit of airflow through. There we go. So I'll get the charcoal in a second. I think it's time for a chat. Excuse the really white legs in shot like that, but that's what you get. Trying to show off the fire and myself. Figure something better to look at than me. Oof. All right, let's get into here and look through some chat. Ooh. Okie dokie. Wow. Did the fire pit come with band-aids? No, I did think if I ever built it and sold any of these things that I would probably have to put some in, no, with a big warning, be careful, sharp edges, and then like add some band-aids in, or like a tourniquet, so if you actually slice yourself really badly. Dear. All right, so there's been a lot of chat. I don't know if I can go through a lot of this, but I'll just have a quick look through to see who said hello. Yeah, see. Yeah, we had Craig and BJ turn. Oh no, BJ was here from Substance. Craig turning up. Everyone's saying hello to him. Spark turning up. So yeah, hi to you guys. Hi to Billy Bird. Yeah, you've been active in the chat, I see. Hey, Boone's in. Hey, Boone. Good to see you, man. I didn't even know you were in. And Simon's in. Hey, love to see my members in. So we got Boone, we got Simon, and we got Sparker in. That's great. You guys are the best. Oh dear. So what's a bit burger? What's a bit burger, Yost? You're gonna have to tell me what that one is. I'm having a burger. I've got burger, and any of you who were with me a couple of weeks ago when I did the motorway stealth camp will know that I came out with a burger and some chips, but forgot the oil to cook the chips with. So yeah, that was silly on my part, but I have the oil today. So I'm going to be frying up some chips. I'm going to be barbecuing a burger, and I've got some beans as well, I think, somewhere in my pouch as well. Just warm up a little tiny tin of Heinz beans. The perfect easy meal for a nice relaxed camp on my own like this. And what a space. I've got a tree to lean up against, so I've got nice comfy spot. Tent's already up. Went up really easy. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. I got you guys with me. You guys chatting about me making fire. Hold on. What's Noah talking about? I'm doing my cooking on a blunt big green egg. What? Is that some sort of joke? I don't know. God, you guys sometimes. Oh, a German beer Bitburger. Ah, okay. There you go. That's my lack of knowledge there. I mean, it's only fair play though. I've only been to Germany once, and I was a lot younger. Well, Simon's asking if I've got any insect bites. Not so far. To be fair, I usually am careful where I camp. I do have permethrin on my grey trousers. You'll see me wearing them in loads of my camps and stuff like that. The permethrin sort of keeps ticks and chiggers and stuff and that off, and a lot of the other little insects too. And having long trousers obviously helps with that. I'm in my shorts today, which was a bit of a risk. I will be honest, I was assuming it was going to be a bit more urban than this. However, I found a spot where I'm not too close to long grass or water. And I find dry spaces like this under the trees isn't usually too bad for insects and whatnot. I might get a couple of bites, but I don't usually react too badly to bites. But obviously it depends what it is. I've definitely reacted to some in the past. Henry managed to get himself bitten the other day. He was down by a brook, messing around in the long grass and laying down in it as well. And he came home, and then late that evening he was just bit all over. And I'm talking the kind of bites where you have like an inch of just really raised bumps, where he'd like, they had just, I don't know, like, it's not like they were little pinprick bites either. They were like bites almost like he'd been scratched or something. Like someone's got their nail and just gone to taking a little bit of skin off, and then around that there's just like an inch around that. It's a massive lump. Just crazy. He had like at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen. Somewhere around that amount. But yeah, they were crazy. That was incredible. Yeah, sorry for the smoke, but charcoal's just gone on, and yeah, loaded it up nice and plentifully. I can hear it crackling away. I don't know if you guys can. I'm going to give you a little listen to that. Can you hear that? I love that sound. Just the crackle of charcoal getting lit. And it's all going to light really fast, actually. Yeah, I love that sound. That's brilliant. But yeah, that's going to light really quick because it's got a nice base of wood, which is pushing out a lot of heat. This stuff goes with just the one single little firelight, or a bit quicker with 2, but when I can just dump a load of wood in there as well, that's perfect. That's just the job. All right. And then, as usual, this will double up for a tool for cleaning this thing. Of course, I'm using the back. I'm not going to blunt my saw doing this sort of thing, but yeah, I haven't cleaned this since I used it for the last burger. Silly of me, but there you go. Nice. That's ready to go. So I should probably tell you guys about some of the things that are coming up. Well, a thing that's coming up. Beans are a magical fruit, you know. Yeah, beans are magic. They make a lot of gas inside of your belly, and then it comes out all musical like. Yeah, so Blurst of Times. Oh, hello. Now I recognise that picture, but I don't recognise the name Blurst of Times. Have you changed your handle, your username, your channel name, whatever you call that? That's interesting. Survival Sam, yes, it's a live stream. So that is the idea. This is the Stealth Camera Alliance challenge for this month that I was privileged to make the announcement for, and so the Unplanned Stealth. And it doesn't look very stealthy because obviously I'm in the woods having a fire, but it is indeed what I've come across from a 30-minute, well, actually, I think it was, what was it? Must have been about 24 minutes in the end because I had 6 minutes left. But 24 minutes of quick, fast walking from the station here at Huntingdon, where I've never been before. So I didn't know where I was going, had no plan, hadn't seen a map or anything, just literally jump on the train. And I picked the first station where I've never been to the town before. So I've basically come up from Olsey, went through Biggleswade, Sandy, St Neots, and then here at Huntingdon. And I'm pretty sure I've never been to Huntingdon before. I might have driven through it. I may have been here for something in the past because it's not that far away from me. But if I have, I don't remember it. But certainly, I've never been in it enough to know anything about it. So, yeah, I didn't recognise anything from the station. Don't know anything from. I'm pretty sure I've never been into the station. And yeah, so completely unplanned, and just see where I landed. And I've got a really brilliant spot. So couldn't be happier. Now, what I will say, so we've got a few people in. Any of you who've been watching for a while, if you've seen my post, then you'll know. But if you haven't seen the post about it that I dropped yesterday, I've been working on some new channel, what do you call it, branding. So new channel branding and some merch ideas as well for some t-shirts and maybe a few other bits and pieces as well, little stickers and keychains, stuff like that. And I'll be giving the bits and pieces away at points, I'm sure. But one of the ideas for one of the bits on the t-shirt that I thought will include some artwork, which basically it's all like cartoons, kind of like, almost, if anyone knows the old cartoon Tintin, it's kind of like similar style to that. The artist that I'm working with, Jimmy, he's done me a channel logo. I don't think I can show you that on here because I don't have it on the other device, but if you check out my community tab, you'll be able to see an image of that on my last post, and you'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about when I say like sort of cartoon stuff. But if you fancy being in the artwork for some of the merch and whatnot, then email me your picture and your and who you are. Don't just send it from a random email address I don't know. Let me know what your YouTube handle is as well, so I know who it is. But essentially, yeah, send me a picture, and you can be immortalized in some artwork for my channel. So yeah, it'd be an interesting thing, I'm sure. I don't know if anyone's at all interested, but yeah, for the details and for the email and that, just check out the posts. So go to my community tab and check that out. Give it a like while you're there. Maybe comment as well. Get some traction on it so other people can see it, because the more the merrier. And I want to see how many people actually want to have their themselves like little character in the cartoon running around. That'd be quite cool. Yeah, just something really I've been sort of trying to work on, and so I'm not doing anything dodgy. I've got an itch in my shoe, and I'm trying to itch my foot. Yeah, yeah, it's nothing crazy, it's nothing massive, but yeah, I definitely want to have some sort of better branding and some merch and all that for people to have, because I've got big plans coming up, real big, kind of almost like a gear change for the channel, and I'm going to be doing some crazy good stuff, and I'm hoping a few of you will be involved, and if you are, then it's nice to have something to give to people as well. As you know, I do a lot of collabs as well already, and I love getting people involved. That's kind of the point of my channel, is me getting out, doing some crazy adventures and just challenging myself, but also getting you to come out and do some stuff as well. And I've obviously stuck to doing it with YouTubers at this point, but I'm hoping to potentially get other people involved, get people out and doing stuff as well. I think Noah was saying I shouldn't tell people where my location is, for instance, but I'd be more than happy for someone to come down and join me for a camp, no problems. I just don't think anyone's close enough to get to me at any reasonable amount of time. So a bit pointless there, but I'd have to give you a lot more notice. I think Boone, for instance, that'd be a long drive and a fairly wet one as well. Get across the channel. Dear. So anyway, we've got questions. So that's enough of me waffling on about that. But yeah, do email me your pictures, and yeah, be part of that. I'd really love it, especially if you've been watching the channel for a while. I'm assuming I'm only going to get a handful of people interested, if any at all. If there's a huge amount of people, then I will be picking the people who've been, supporting the channel longest and have been active in the comments and who I sort of recognise, because there's only so many people who can fit into a little cartoon style thing. But yeah, it'd be good fun. And obviously, it won't be your actual picture that we use, so don't worry about that. And it's not like your name's going to go out or anything like that at all. It'd just be a kind of caricature. So, and like I say, just check out the post and you'll see what I'm talking about, because there's one of me on there with what I look like as his drawing. So, yeah, so let's have a little look. So, are you up at the top of this hour or an hour from now? I don't know. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Did you enjoy your Thames trek? Asks BozBoz47. I hope I'm saying that right. I assume you mean my cross the country one from London to Gloucester, which did kind of take me along the Thames path a lot. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. It was particularly enjoyable being just out by myself for so long. It was really good in the last few days. There was one day it got really bad, and I wanted to give up, but the rest of them were pretty good, and I'm really chuffing myself having done the challenge itself. This is the most walking I've done like ever, like by a long way. Oh, you just had a sorry about that. Literally, little critter just walked across the camera lens. But yeah, no, that was good fun. That was good fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that as well. I hope everyone enjoyed watching that. What do you use to stream with? Asks Simon. Simon Solo, I should say. An action camera or a mobile phone? I've never live streamed. It's just my mobile phone. I've got a Pixel 7 Pro, and it just happens to be. I like Google products quite a lot, to be fair, and it just happens to be that's a really good camera. It seems for like video and sound and stuff. So it makes it really easy. So just set it all up on the phone, and it deals with everything. It's almost like just sorry, interruption from the phone itself going, you've got 20%. You've been using up too much battery, which is where this old bank comes in. Because luckily, I can plug it in, and it'll be all right. Well, I don't know if you can. Well, you can't see from your angle, but the coals are nice and hot. Should get the oil on potentially for the chips or something. Let's see. Let's plug that in. Yep, that's all good. You're charging now. There we go. Legs akimbo for a bit, I think. Woohoo! So, oh, that's nice. It's the warmth of the fire pit on my legs is really nice. So let's see what else we got. Yeah, but that's hopefully answered Simon's question. Yeah, just a straightforward mobile phone. I don't think you need anything special to do it, to be honest. This is just another really cheap Samsung phone that I got. It was less than 100 quid. And this is just so I can see the chat without having my face in the camera, because you have to have the phone quite far away. When I do my filming of my actual videos and I'm not live streaming, then I'm using a 360 camera. And that thing I have to have quite close, about basically I'm usually holding it about this far from my face, and that's like the perfect amount of distance. I can go a bit further and a bit closer, but there's this like sweet spot where everything kind of doesn't look like, if I'm really close, everything looks like blown up, like I'm about to like explode because someone's like blowing me up like a balloon. If I'm too far away, then I have to kind of shrink the field of view enough that there's not enough resolution, so everything gets pixelated. So there's like this very small sweet spot where when I'm filming it works in, but it's actually really comfortable to use because it's quite close to me, and the selfie stick has an attachment on the bottom which is like a tripod part that essentially counterbalances it in my hand, so it's very lightweight and everything's it's so much harder holding this thing because all the weight's at the end of the stick in the form of my phone, whereas that camera is lightweight. That really makes things really easy. That is true, Bosbos47. I am not an alcoholic, unlike pretty much all of the other. Well, no, to be fair, there were some people out there who are not alcoholics. They like their other things instead, don't they, Yoast? But no, yeah, I'm probably the only teetotal stealth camper out there. I would guess. I might be wrong, but I mean, we're a rare breed if there are any others. Yeah, wacky backy. There you go. Yeah, that's what my dad would call it. You know, wacky backy. Someone say I've got a DJI Osmo Action 3. It's a great action. You know, I've been thinking about the DJI equipment for a while. It's not cheap from what I see, but like in terms of like the audio stuff, but this lapel mic is not the best thing. It's not brilliant when there's a lot of noise. It's okay in these conditions and it helps with wind, but I've seen other people's videos when they're using DJI equipment. Mike from Mountains and More, he was using a DJI camera, I think, when we were going across the Peak District, and his shots are always brilliant, and it seemed pretty straightforward and easy for him to film. if they did a 360 camera, I'd be tempted. But in all fairness, I think the next camera I get will probably just be the newest one that's Insta360 do, because I really do like shooting with a 360 camera. It's more complicated in post when I'm editing, but it means I've got so much more freedom and I don't have to worry about so much stuff when I'm actually doing the adventures, which for me is important because I want to enjoy my adventures. They're actually about having an adventure, not just about shooting good footage for YouTube. You know, I could come here and I could have like 6 cameras set up and spend all that time, and then all for like 30 minutes of me just doing some bushcraft, and then off I go. And it's like, well, yeah, 2 hours of setting it up and packing down cameras, and then half an hour of doing something, and then like 5 minutes of footage out of that. And it's like, well, yeah, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to, you know, do some camping, get out on an adventure, have a hike, hide from some people, and, you know, have some laughs. So yeah, hard to do when you're worried about framing everything and all that. So yeah, I try to make the like on-site stuff, the this part, as easy as possible. That's kind of like a priority for me. Right, I think it's time, because that's really cracking on. I've got plenty of fuel left and more on the ground if I need it. But I think it's time to crack on to some cooking. So out comes all of that. I'll get started and then I'll look at the chat a little bit more. I kept telling myself when I came out on this one, don't chat so much, like try to focus on what you're doing, and try to like maybe let people just enjoy what's going on rather than me waffling on the whole time. But to be honest, that's kind of gone out the window, and I've forgotten all about trying to stick to that. Right, where's the oil? Please tell me I've got it. Yes. Here we go. Is that? Not sure what's going on with that. Just pour that in. It's not brand new oil. I reuse this one a lot for chips and stuff at home. I just popped it into this so that I could bring the right amount. I didn't want to bring a big bottle of it from home. So yeah, that can go there. Yeah, just let the oil warm up, and then I'll throw the chips in and hope for the best. They were frozen oven chips, but this is a neat trick. You don't need, these are literally just McCain's ones. They're just potato with a bit of sunflower oil already on them. But it's a neat trick. I don't have to worry about making the chips myself. I could go to that trouble, but there's a little trick for you if you can't be bothered, and you get these nice sized chips. You can get whatever size you like. These are nice fat ones. You know, just throw them in and they'll still cook, but they're so much better if you don't oven cook them. Oh, I can hear I could hear some lads shouting over that way. Some teenagers doing something. Doesn't sound too close. Could just be because I think the playing field's over that direction. That could be at the station. I'm not sure how far away from the station I actually am. I should probably check that out on a map, maybe. That'd be interesting. This is not like it's not like this is a wonky line mission. Have I got maps on this? Maps. There we go. Let's have a look. Where are we? Yep, satellite view. Zoom in. Where on earth am I? No, it doesn't have location turned on. Come on, where am I? Oh, it's being a pain. Oh, there we are. Oh yeah, I'm not wrong. So yeah, if you can see that, I'm the blue dot, and you can see I've sort of come along this road, checked out this area here, and then this actually goes back towards, and there is the train line there with the station not far away from me. So I think the noise I can hear over that way is probably from, yeah, that's either from the car park just here, or the oh, it turned off. Yeah, so there's some houses not too far away. I'll zoom in. Yeah, that you can see there's some houses not too far away from here, just over in that direction. And then yeah, there's like a car park for the train station. So potentially either around the houses or the car park is what I can hear. Yeah, I do wonder. I don't think this goes anywhere. This, I think this just goes down towards. There is a. Oh, the Great Ooze is down there. Oh, there we go. I'm near the Great Ooze. So there is water nearby, but it's a bit further down. So let's figure this out. So the park is that way. Those are the houses. That's the train station. So yeah, the river is that way over there. There you go. Interesting. All right. Let's see. Do other people have loads of repurposed containers everywhere for camping ingredients? That's something. Still little. Man, you guys. No, that's just charcoal. That's not coal. But yeah, that's just stuff that I usually have a bag of charcoal in the summer in the van, just ready for use for barbecues and stuff like this. And yeah, rather than bringing the whole bag, because it's like a 5 kilo bag or whatever, I just pack it up into these things. But these are like your compostable bags for your compost in your house and stuff. We use these a lot for all sorts of different stuff, because obviously they're not plastic. So we try to avoid using plastic where possible. And I would hate to come out with loads of like just plastic bags I bought from the shop and just be using them all for this and then end up causing a problem. Whereas these, they'll compost down in the right conditions, no problem. And they're certainly not going to create any microplastics, which is the main problem. But yeah, the containers, I always like to just like reuse stuff. So if somebody's using a bottle, I'm like, oh, that might be usable for camping, I'll always keep hold of it. Yeah, it's always handy. Organized chaos. Yeah, I'll be honest, my camping gear might look like it's organized. I mean, in the bag, it's always organized. Like there's a place for everything, and I keep everything in its place. But at home, I've got like a cupboard where I just throw everything in, and not everything always even stays in there. So like I've got like half of my gear is just kind of on the stove, on the wood stove at the moment, because the wood stove doesn't get used in the summer, and so everything's just rammed on top of that because I couldn't be bothered to put it away in a proper cupboard. So yeah, that's you're not alone in that, Sparker. Was that Spark who said that? Oh no, that was Yoast. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, Yoast said that. Simon's saying, I wouldn't give my location when wild camping. I would hate to be someone's entertainment for the evening. I'll be honest, it would make good footage if someone turned up. But I also don't think anyone watching the channel is necessarily going to be bad. I think, if you or Sparker or Yoast or Boone or someone turned up, I don't think anyone's going to be giving me a lot of trouble. I think they'd be coming down to have a bevy next to me and maybe bring a burger down to put on the barbie. And that would be all fun. That'd be fine. Yeah, I think, different people, it's different worries. If I was a female solo camper, I wouldn't want anyone to have my location, and I'd be like, yeah. Anyway, I used to be like this actually. I used to be very much like, if someone had seen me, I wouldn't camp anywhere near that location, so I'd just move on, and I'd have to be in a location where like no one had seen me for like the last half an hour, because I'd just be freaked out. But these days I'm way more relaxed with that. I'm just like, who's really going to bother me? What's really going to happen? I mean, there's not a huge amount of danger for me. The worst case scenario I have here is if someone comes messing and just like is shouting near the tent or saying boo or something like that, or thinks egging the tent is going to be funny. But I don't think anyone's going to come along and do anything super malicious. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that sort of thing. I think living in a van kind of like has helped with that. Like, we thought when we moved, before moving into the van, and for those of you who don't know, I'm a van lifer, so I live in a van full time with my wife and my 2 kids, and we honestly thought when we first did it that we'd have like random kids, like teenagers and stuff, just sort of doing the whole like knock on the side really loud and quickly leg it, you know, or knock down ginger, whatever you want to call it, and we'd be a prime target for that sort of thing. But we've been doing it for well over 3 years now. I don't think it's quite 3.5 years yet, probably about 3.25 years. In that whole time, it's only happened twice, and they weren't even like bang, bang, bang. It was like just little, like really gentle, like really timid kind of knock, 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 and then they kind of just walked away. And I think one time the person wasn't doing it even deliberately; they were just crossing the road, did it before the van, and just kind of did the hand just out of like habit or something. Like they go along and just do a little rattle on the vehicle or something. So yeah, that was maybe like 1.5 then rather than 2. But yeah, it's one of those things. So we learned pretty quickly, you know, people don't really want to mess with you, and I think that's the thing. If you don't know who's in the tent, most people, obviously not all, but most people, if you see a tent, and I think I've seen this with somebody's channel, they went up to like a random left tent. I can't remember if this might have been the Rough Walkers. They did a little video of it. There was a tent left in the middle of nowhere, and these are a couple of guys who, like, you know, you wouldn't mess with like the Rough Walkers if they were like camping, but they've walked up to this tent and they're not going up to going, hey, what's going on here? And it's all like, they've been very timid about it. They've kind of said from a far distance, all right, anyone in there? You know, they didn't want to even approach. And I'm like, yeah, these are 2 tough guys. They're giving it full respect, and they're not just going to approach up and just start causing trouble. But I could sense like they didn't want to create any trouble. They didn't know who was going to be in there. It turned out to be empty, but if there'd been like a guy in there, you know, maybe they had a couple of drinks, maybe he was an aggressive dude, you don't want to start that. So yeah, I think it's one of those things. If you don't know who you're messing with, most people are just going to leave that well alone. So yeah, it's a good defense. Let's have a little look. Mr. thinks I have a hoarding disorder. Sparker, I think we all have that one, mate. That got not completely cured, but I'd say 90% of the way there of being cured, living in a little van. A lot of people ask, how do we fit everyone in there? And I'll be honest, the first answer is, well, we just don't have loads of stuff that we don't need. We have what we need, and that's it. Nothing more than that. That's looking like it's almost hot enough. I'm wondering if I should reload the coal or not. It's a balance. I don't have a thermometer with me, so I've kind of got to guess whether that's at the right temperature or not. I can probably put a chip in and just see if it bubbles. I'll do that in a second, I think. But yeah, it's yeah, that's one of the tricks to it. Although to be fair, we met some travellers, some English travellers, and there were a family of 7 kids, 2 adults, so a family of 9. The oldest lad was basically sleeping in a separate vehicle in a van, but the rest of them all sleeping in one like motorhome. Well, not even a motorhome, it was a caravan actually. It's not even a motorhome because it wasn't motorized, it's just a caravan. And I was like, wow, that blew my mind. And they showed us around, showed us how the sleeping arrangements, and I was like, that's incredible. Like, I don't know how you're doing that. Like, just, and I guess that must be what people think when they see us in our van. But yeah. I was camping in Holyhead on the beach with the cliffs above me. Some lads started throwing stones off the top of the cliff on the tent. It was terrifying, says Simon Sully. Yeah, now that's the sort of thing where like they're miles away from the tent basically, because you ain't going to just be able to run up and get them. So of course they feel bold. That's a bit like road rage. Like if you were standing face to face with some of the people that you might like in a car, you'll be like, you know, you sorry, and all sorts of language and all sorts of like hand signs. If that person was standing directly in front of you, you wouldn't do it because you wouldn't have that security of, oh, they're basically in their vehicle, I'm in mine. That there's no level of conflict, like potential. The potential conflict is really low, and so they're like on top of a cliff throwing things down. You're not going to get to them, so they know that and they feel that security. I don't think I would camp below cliffs. I'd be very aware of that sort of thing. I think here, some kids might throw something at the tent. I guess stick or stone, but there's not a lot of stone to it. They'll probably pick up a stick and throw it. But it's going to hit the tent. It's not going to hit me. Probably be okay. That's the worst thing. If that happened, I'd unzip, get up pretty quick, and they'd run off, no problems. And then I'd probably just move on. But in all fairness, I'm here late. I don't think there's going to be a lot of kids around. It's not gone 9 o'clock now. So yeah. And the fact that I could come out and just be legging it after them, that'll keep a lot of kids at bay. So yeah, but underneath a cliff, woohoo, braver man than me on that one, for sure. I think my missus was. Hold on, you say my? You think your missus? Do you know, I've misread that. I've just reread the one from Yost. He says, I think my missus has a hoarding disorder. Oh yeah, well we do. I thought you meant you did, and your missus thought you did. There you go, misreading it. Oh, Billy Bird's like, sorry, we didn't know you down there. Cracking. That would be crazy if that was true. Oh dear. Also, you get some proper ribbon. We'd all be shouting at you in the comments. What you do? Oh yeah, we got sizzle. Yep, good to go. So throw some chips in. Oh, here we go. Smelling nice already. We're sensible. One at a time. Ooh. Nearly lost one still anyway. I would try throwing them all in one go, but that's going to create a lot of bubbling and send it over the edge, I imagine. So I'm going to be really sensible. And yes, I have a lot of chips. I might not drink the old booze, and I might not do the wacky backy, but I do eat to excess, as my gut will tell you. I've got the proper dad bod going on. And why not? Oh my lord, that smells good. Oh, it smells like I'm at the chip shop. Oh. Well, I need to get my cooking utensils out and stir those a little bit. Oh, the old deep fried chips. Oh, that does smell really good. I wish you guys could smell that. Have I loaded it too much, or are they all right? Some of them didn't even fit in. Oh, jeez. Oh, I think that's just because they're all sat on each other, actually. That'll be all right. Yeah, that'll be fine. Ooh, don't smash myself. Come on now. See, boiling oil is definitely something I don't want to be on myself here, so I don't need an accident right now. There we go. But they're, I don't know if you can see them. No, yeah, there you go. I don't want to pour the oil out or anything, but yeah, they're cooking all right. They're not going to cook as quickly as I'd like them to, but I think what I'll do, no, I was wondering about potentially reloading the charcoal. I think I'll put a little bit in. It's always a bit of a balance, that. I'm going to just put that down on there, so I can put that on top of it without melting anything. And very, very rapidly, put a few more bits of charcoal in. Not too much, just a little. Just so it gets some more heat up now, but also so it's still got some to go on when the whatchamacallit, that all over me. Use a bit of my water for this. I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, when I put the burger on, that's it. I just want a little bit of good heat for that. I want to be able to sear that properly. The last live stream I did, I let the charcoal burn down a little bit too low and didn't have enough in there, so it was a bit slow to cook. Didn't affect it too much, but can be a problem, so I'd like to avoid that if I can. Woo. Oh, it's a nice night for this. Right. Oh dear. Woo. Hey, the chat slowed down a bit, but there's plenty of you guys in here. Wow, I can't believe there's so many people watching. Say hello if you've not been saying hello in the chat. Don't be shy. This is a live stream. Half the point of it is the chat. I'm pretty sure a bat just went by. Oh, we're getting that strobe thing happen. I've noticed that happens with these lights. When they've been on for a while, they start to do this thing where they must be flashing at a certain frequency, and it creates like a strobe effect. Just going to sort that out. Oh, I should actually be standing up for a bit as well. Right. Let's see. Just going to turn the light off for a second and then back on, and it should fix things. 155. There we go. Let's see. Not great. Still doing it. Cycle through. And let's see. There we go. Off and on didn't work, but cycling through did. Sorry about that. Hopefully no one here's got epilepsy and I've just sent them off on one. I should have really given you a warning. I do apologise. All right. Let's there we go. Woohoo! I'm gonna. Oh, excuse me. There you go. Right. Someone come in. Hazy. 0077 says, "Hey everyone, just got a chance to drop in." Well, thank you for dropping in. Hey, so you find me in a very lovely spot. I'm going to spin the camera around, I think, and give you guys a nice look around the area. There we go. So yeah, I was just thinking actually, this peg here isn't quite in as far as I'd like it to be. I'm just going to give it a little push. This one too. Yeah, such a simple tent. I do like this tent. I did give it a lot of consideration before getting it, but yeah, it's just so simple. Pegging it in sort of four corners, plus one down on this little side one here, and then one on that bit and then it all tensions through itself. And then you can see around here, I often put a stick like poking up out the ground, and then sort of put this over it and down to the ground. But at the moment, I've just got it tied up a bit shorter. That just gives a little tension just to hold that a little bit out there. And there's another one on the other side for so there's one here, and I could, in theory, if I could be bothered tonight, which I do usually do, I could pull that there. But what I've noticed is that doesn't really make a lot of difference. So if I'm pulling that up, but it has this thing here which kind of opens up the vent anyway, and that's mostly what I think that's for. Oh, got a little friend came to say hello. Hello, little snail. But yeah, this thing's seen some years. It's a 3F ultralight gear. That thing is still going strong. Never sealed up any seams, never done any fixing on it. This is the area that we have. It's pretty nice out here at the moment, I've got to say. There's the picture frozen. Refresh page. Oh dear, have we frozen? Have we? Oh dear. Can you see me now? Let's see. Any Any luck, guys? Have we stalled? Somebody say something. When anyone mentions that they can't see something, it always freaks me out, like as if something's gone wrong with the stream. So I need one of you to clarify. Picture's fine. Oh, good. That's all right then. All right, then. All right, I'll turn you back around. Oh, someone called Nudge is in there. Thank you, Nudge. Appreciate the response. Thank you, Hazy. Seems fine. That's good. Do you know what I might do? I might change the setting on the light. Just patience 1 second. There we go. Give it the old spotlight. That seemed to work a little better when I'm walking around. I figure we can have a little walk around while the chips are going. There you go. The old spotlight. Yeah, so this is what I built over on this side, if you can see it. So I use the spotlight as a way to point. So you've got just through here, yeah, you can. There's like a track, and any of you who were with me on the walk down, I realised that there's like almost like a BMX track type thing where they've built up little ramps. So they must come flying down here, and I'm a bit concerned about which direction they go. They probably go down here. So yeah, so I think they probably fly across here, down here, and carry on down that way. But if they decide to kind of like, sorry for spinning around so many times, if they decide to fly down here and come around the corner, they could go straight into my tent, which we don't want, which is why that's there. Because they ain't going to fly around that corner and get on that line. So that'll sort of make them go wide. This will kind of give them a warning to stop. They should have plenty of time to stop, and if not, they'll just carry on through here. Should be fine. So I shouldn't be putting anyone in any danger. I doubt they can turn the corner fast enough to get around to here and under this tree. If they've done that, they've slowed way down, so then they're still not going to hit me. So then that way, no one's going to come through here and do me any mischief in the morning. Ah, dear. So the picture is melting for some and not for others. I do apologise. I think it's when I'm over there, maybe the signal is not great, so I'll come back over here. And we've got the chips cooking. Or I should take my spatula out before it well, actually it's on the top part, it should be fine. Right, bring you guys back around. 1 second. I'll fiddle with this while I've got you pointing that way. There you go. The huge log will ensure only their catapulting bodies will hit your tent. That is a very good point. I do think that if someone comes flying around that corner without much of a sort of margin for error, they're going to regret it. But I don't think anyone's going to be flying around that fast. It is a bend after all, and if they're coming that fast, they'll probably have the reflexes to see that and just change direction pretty quickly. Right, let's see how much I've messed this up. Right. So what I might do, send you guys back a little bit further so I can get more of me and the there you go. Hopefully that works. Just plug you back in. Excuse for the faffing around. That's what happens live streaming and I'm dealing with a camera and it all has to be charged and everything. There we go. Oh, that's good. That's a bit better. That's a bit better framing. There you go. So you can see what I'm up to here. Let's see how the chips are doing. I figured they'd take a little while, and they are going to take a little while, to be fair. I like them well done. I like them crispy on the outside, at least. So they take a little bit of time. Ooh, ow, ooh, ah. Ooh. Just flicked all on myself. Don't do that. That's not fun. I'm not here to cook myself. I want to just cook the chips. No, that's going nicely. And the charcoal's actually like lit up quite nicely there as well. That's nice. I'm going to flip that around so I can put my spatula in there without getting all nastiness on it. Let's have a little look. booby trapped. Now, there's no boobies around here, just lots of traps. No, yeah, I definitely have. If anyone comes flying around, obviously, I'll be up early anyway, probably earlier than any like kids on their mountain bikes on a Sunday morning, but just on the off chance, I'd rather them see a log, have to change direction, because I didn't move that log far, that was there, so I only sort of kicked it over this way an extra metre or so. But yeah, just in case. But then when I do go, I'll obviously clear the area. I don't want to leave booby traps for people for no reason. So yeah. Watch out for the hole, please. Yeah, I tell you, there's a lot of holes around here. Jeez. But I'm a mole, so I'm all right. No. I'm a mole who doesn't go in big holes in the ground. Well, preferably not anyway. Oh dear. I'm sure at some point I'll end up like finding a big crater hole or something to camp in. The on the 1 kilo mission with Ethan, we went through some woods and whatnot where there were like almost like massive craters just in the middle of the trees, and like kids have obviously been using them for like, you know, mountain biking and stuff, or BMXing even maybe. And it's so tempting to see sort of spot like that and be thinking that, oh, you could have it to yourself, little oasis of camping just in the trees. But yeah, I'd be worried of like what Simon was saying when he was under the cliff, people throwing stones in. If I'm at the bottom of that, they've got the high ground. Not great. The camera angle makes me look like I've have a pot belly. That's not a pot. No, it's a pot. I got a pot belly. I've got a dad belly, that's for sure. Jeez, it's got a bit bigger recently as well. Too much camping with all this like food. It's terrible. And I'll tell you what really makes my my belly bigger. Actually bigger, not just having a random pot in the front of it. Is the donuts. I bought donuts, big fat ones from the local shop, which are lovely. I don't know if I'll eat both of them today or not, but I did leave some at home for the wife and my boys. They'll be enjoying a movie night tonight without me. We like to do a movie night when we can on a Saturday, but not when I'm camping. You'll notice sometimes I camp on a weekend, sometimes I don't. Often I camp on a weekend when the boys are at their my parents at their grandparents. But this is supposed to be my weekend with them. But that's just how the lives fall. When I decided to do the live streams every third Saturday of the month, it just sometimes lands on a good weekend or a bad one. Just deal with it. So I've kind of got used to that, and so this one was just like, it's got to be done at the end of the month. I can't change the weekend, so there we go. There we have it. Wow. So I don't know how long we've been streaming for. It's just saying, oh, just over 2 hours. That's not too bad then. We've done a lot worse than that, haven't we? I don't know how many of you have been around for the one that was nearly 5 hours long. That was crazy, but it was a lot of fun. You guys do a lot of good chat with me sometimes. Oh, must be nearly done by now. They're going quite well now. You can probably see. Can you see the steam? Yeah, you can see the steam. So there's still some moisture in the chips, obviously. I'm going to get rid of it all, but oh, they're smelling so good. They really are. Let's see. Nah, they're not crisped up as much as I'd like yet. So I'm just going to keep turning them a little bit. I think that they were very moist. We've got to lose a lot of moisture yet. It's all right. I'm in no rush. I'm very used to eating late on camp. That's part of the stealthy part. I could come out here 3 hours earlier and have a lot of light to cook with, but was the 5 hour one the roundabout one? I don't think it was. It was a long one. I think that one was like over 4 hours again. I think the longest one might well have been, it was a Biggleswade, just like that one, as a lot of them have been, because Biggleswade is full of places to camp. But yeah, I think the longest one we've done was what was it? I'm not sure now. Oh, you got me thinking. Let's have a little look. What ones have I got here? They'll all be on the list. So let's have a little peek. No, you are absolutely correct. The longest one is the roundabout one. I didn't realise that one was over 5 hours. That was 5 hours and 20. Oh my lord. You are absolutely bang on with that. You can tell how much attention I've been paying this. I thought the longest one was it was my second stealth, but like the first like properly planned one. Because my first one was on a 1 kilo mission, on the Pitstone mission, and I just kind of did it in the fields, and it went for like nearly 2 hours, and I thought, oh blimey, that was only supposed to be like a quick 20-minute kind of test to see how to do a live, and I was kind of trying to figure it all out. But so much stuff happened, it was just so chaotic, and it was a good time. But then the next one I did, like, it was one of those ones where there was only a handful of people in, like my real hard and fast supporters back then, because that was like 5 months ago, according to this. And that was 4.5 hours. I was like, that was a crazy long stream. And Noah was saying, yeah, that's too long. You shouldn't do that long. But so I try to keep them shorter, but they creep up sometimes and get longer and longer. And yeah, that roundabout one, 5 hours and 20 minutes. I didn't realize. What am I doing? I actually filmed some footage in the morning after that one, because I was going to sort of do a little video the next day, but then the day got away from me and I never actually got a chance to put it out. But yeah, I did some footage of me waking up in the morning, because I got so tired after that one. I was just like, oh, I can't be bothered. I was just really comfortable in my chair. So I just went, do you know what I'm going to do? And I just grabbed up the emergency bivvy that I was using. And instead of like setting up all my sleep mat and getting in and whatnot, I literally just stepped into it and just lifted it up and then just sat back down and just slept in the chair, just with that. I did eventually grab, like, it kept me warm for a while, but it got cool enough. I did eventually grab my sleeping quilt and I put that over the top of me as well. But then I was really toasty in it, and I just literally slept in the chair. Woke up in the morning like just feeling really nice. Actually, it was a really comfortable space, and because I wasn't on the floor, I didn't have to worry about, like, because there was a lot of ivy on the floor. I just like, that was really nice. And yeah, that was a really lovely place to sleep, actually. Weirdly comfortable for a roundabout. Yeah, I think you're right, Hazy. It was going for a long time. That was when I was saying about Bigfoot costume to wind up drivers. Oh yeah, was that you? I remember that. That was so class. I was like, yeah, that. I mean, if I wasn't stealthing it and I wanted to do some pranks and stuff, that would be awesome. Something like that. Oh dear, do you know? I think that's got to be done for like in like next April or something like that. Do like a camp somewhere, like really silly, like a roundabout like that, but dress up as something really crazy, like you say, a Bigfoot or some like mad outfit, just like Dracula or Frankenstein, something crazy that's highly like obvious as like something stupid that shouldn't be there, and just like every now and then just jump, like just walk out so people can see you and just freak them out, like, what the God, dear, because I could have freaked some people out just being there on the roundabout. There were a few people walking by from time to time. Well, they're nearly done. A couple more minutes, that'll be perfect. Hey, I've got 2 new people in who I recognise. We've got Jimmy, my brilliant artist friend who's been helping with the channel. I was talking about you earlier, Jimmy, telling everyone about the new artwork for the channel, and I don't think I've told Jimmy about my idea yet, but and he's privy to some knowledge that you guys don't have. But I was thinking about one of the potential bits for the one of the t-shirts, and I think we can get some of the viewers in on it. So I'm hoping they'll send some pictures in, and then we can get some of those in some of the artwork. And I think that'd be really cool to have some of the viewers like sending in their pictures and getting immortalized in some of the merch. That'd be really cool. But yeah, cheers for joining in, Jimmy. And Biffa's in. Biffa, I see you there, man. It could well be another 5-hour live stream, Biffa. It really could. This is just a great spot for a camp. As you've just joined, I'll explain what's been going on. This is the Unplanned Stealth Challenge for the Stealth Camping Alliance. And essentially, I gave myself a half-an-hour time limit to get from, like, basically, I turned up at Huntingdon Station. So I'm in Huntingdon, and I have no idea of anything to do with Huntingdon. I've never been here before, so it's completely unplanned. Didn't look at the map, didn't do anything at all, just literally turned up, went through the barriers, 30 minutes timer on, and I just walked around and tried to find a camping spot. And I thought it was going to be tough. I thought I'd probably be in somewhere really stupid, really silly. But as it turns out, I'm in a lovely little woods, and I've got it all to myself, and it's brilliant. So, yeah, and we've got plenty of people in the chat. We've got probably more than I've ever had before. So there's no reason to end now. We'll just enjoy the camping together. Oh, that's great. These have just got to the point where they're nice and crisp. Time to. This is a bit of a trick with this. Normally I'd use a slotted spoon at home, but let's see how many I drop on the floor. Right, the poll is in, guys. Before I finish this, you've got about 30 seconds to tell me how many chips you think you end up on the floor before I've got this operation finished here. So get your guesses in. How many chips on the floor? Be quick though. Ooh, that one nearly went. Oh, I got it off. It went on the grill. Saved it. Oh dear. Right. Because I'm trying not to get loads of oil either, so I'm just kind of flipping them. I'm just kind of dragging them up the sides and flipping them in. Oh man. Deep fried chips. Chips. Oh man, these smell so good. I'll get some salt on them straight away. That's a good trick with these. You don't wait for them to cool down to get the salt on. Get it on hot while the oil's still hot. Well, it really does smell like a chip shop out here. I'm not joking. This is just awesome. Oh, can't wait to get the burger on as well. But I'll definitely be having a few chips while the burger's cooking. The burger shouldn't take long. And then just warm up some beans too, and we'll be good. Oh, now I've got to be careful. That's going to be hot. So what we'll do is we'll take that, put that there. Oh, how clever have I been? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out if that goes good or bad. If anything goes wrong, I've not been clever. If it goes okay, then I'm fine. Right. The bag that the chips came in. There we go. We'll put that on there. Need a clean place for the spatula. So, as usual, homemade burger. Try not to get a load of burger juice on me. So cleaning my hands off then. Nice. Just wrap that in itself. I think we're good. Is that burger juice or is that just condensation from the outside? I think it's just condensation. It's not the worst thing. It's not chicken juice. So let's have a little look. Let's see some comments. News on the stealth camping being outlawed. What's this? Hazy asking, is there any more news on stealth camping being outlawed in the future? Well, it's outlawed now, to be fair. I mean, it's not against the law criminally wise, but obviously, you know, if I had some council member turn up now, he'd be telling me to sling the hook. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? We British people like to have lots of rules in place and then ignore them all. Yeah, glad to have you in, Jimmy. Jimmy said he's glad to have caught me. Cooking chips in the woods. I can barely cook chips in the house. I'll be honest, it's not much more difficult in the woods, but I just have to be really careful not to splash the oil on me, which I've done a couple of times. Oh yeah, perfect. Need to get that salt on them now. Oh. Little sachet of salt that I nabbed, I think, from KFC, I think, actually. I think I need to have all that on there. That's a lot of salt in one little sachet. What chips they think someone's having with that? Now let's try chip. Oh, beautiful. I don't know if you can hear that. Listen how crunchy that is. Hear that? Oh, beautiful. The stork forgot to deliver the salt. I'll be honest, I've had chips without salt. It's okay, but you've got to have the salt. Actually, I'm going to put the rest of that salt on, actually. I could do a bit more. I think it's the light, because the light shining over, it made it look like there was more salt going on than there actually was. I think that's hot enough to be doing the burger. I'm wondering if I should put more fuel on. I think. Oh, don't drop it in or anything, but yeah. It's feeling pretty good, but I do think we could get that hotter and then have the burger ready quicker, which would be good. Now I've got the tongs out. I can do this with the tongs. All right, let's open up the bag. I'm cheating. I didn't know where I'd end up, because it could have been quite an urban stealth camp rather than this lovely, beautiful woodland. I came prepared with the charcoal. As Biffa knows, the charcoal, a little barbecue on camp is a lovely thing. And yeah, I also find it to be a little bit more stealthy to have the charcoal rather than the big old wood fire. Wood fire's always got more flame, and that's just like a beacon. I'm here, I'm having a fire. Come and tell me that I shouldn't be here. So yeah, this is just a bit nicer. And I figure I brought it along. I could have saved the charcoal for another day, but why not just take the opportunity to have a nice, easy go of it? Don't have to manage a fire too hard. I just like literally, that's the second reload I've had to do. And if it was a wood fire, I'd be reloading constantly, like just like every. Oh, I'm putting my tongs apart. I'd be reloading every, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the wood. You can't just load it up with tons of wood and expect it to like cook at a reasonable pace. You have to be reasonable with it. All right, I'm gonna put them there. They're cool now. All right, let's check on the chat. Oh yeah, well, I kind of assumed you were probably filming your own Biffa, if you're still about. Hopefully you haven't dropped out already. As Biffa's just said in the chat, he drops in and out because he's on a camp of his own. It's Saturday night, so of course he is. The idiot outdoors is always out on a Saturday night on his camp. But I bet he's not having home-cooked chips on his camp. I'll say home-cooked. Woodland cooked, more like. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can barely see my burger. You can just see my burger. I just realised the framing's a little bit out. Oh, it's going to be hard not to eat all these chips before the burger's done. I don't know if it matters even. Oh, they're beautiful. Absolutely tremendous. I'm always surprised nothing gets into my drinks. Famous last words, this will be the one. Ah, lovely. Cheers, everyone. I know. The people who are already in, I cheersed earlier, but there's a lot more people in all of a sudden. So that's for all the people who just joined. So if you joined and they haven't said hello yet, make sure you say hello now. So I know you're in the chat. But glad to have you along. So well, if anyone knows that I call my youngest son Beefy, that's a beef burger. I'll leave you to decide who was the donor for that meat. If you're not seeing the chat and you're watching this afterwards, that's going to sound really weird, but this is obviously live. And Billy Bird has just said who was the organ donor that donated your meat, because obviously that's a big slab of meat, that. No, I actually make my burgers myself. That's a homemade burger. And I have a bit of a process for that. So I chop up some onion. Excuse me, hold on. Oh, that dried the throat a little bit. Second bevy. Lovely. That sorted the throat out. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, burgers. Homemade burgers. Best things ever. And some of you may be traditionalists with 100% beef. And I'm like, nah. I like my taste, I like my flavour. So let's do some stuff for it. So what I do is I chop up some onion. Usually like a small onion I do if you're doing about half a kilo of like a half kilo pack of minced beef. And you can, I think the best beef to use is probably around about 20% fat normally, but I go for about 5 to 10%. The stuff, this is actually Aberdeen Angus, 5% stuff from Aldi's. So it's not too expensive, but it's really nice flavour. And the reason I go for slightly lower fat content is because what I do next with the onion. I chop that onion up, put it in a bowl. I add some sunflower oil. You can obviously go for whatever oil you want. And then I add loads of salt, pepper, and paprika. And I add a little bit of vinegar, a little bit of malt vinegar. And then I blitz that stuff up with a hand blender. I even use a normal blender if you want, but I use a hand one just because it's less cleaning. But yeah, just blitz that up, turn it into a paste. And so now you've got like a sort of oily, but very like oniony and flavorful paste. I chuck that in with the meat, mash it all up and mix it all together and work the meat a little bit to make it more sticky, so it all sticks together. And then yeah, when you cook that, that's beautiful. So it's got like all the taste from all those flavors, but also I've added in some oil, and so that's obviously more fat content, which is why you go for slightly lower fat content meat. If you went for 20%, you'd end up with like 25% fat, and it's just that's overkill. So but yeah, it's something I've tweaked over the years, and that is the best way to guarantee a nice burger. So even if you've not got the best meat in the world, it always comes out beautiful. And you can obviously add some other flavors. If me and Noah are going to have burgers together, I'll often get a little bit of chili pepper in there as well, and add some heat. He'll always appreciate a bit of heat with that sort of thing. Oh, we've got some more people in. Too late to trifecta? Is that? I hope I pronounced that right. What beers you got? I don't have any beers. I guess you've just joined, but I don't do drinking on my camps, unfortunately. So sorry if that's boring for you, but I stick to Fanta, and I got a Coke somewhere, but that's more for the morning. yeah, I'm a bit boring like that. I don't get beard up and do stupid stuff on camp. Well, I just do stupid stuff on camp. I just skip the beers. But glad to have you in nonetheless. And then you said took my son first camp the other night, Saturday sat by fire, proper decent chat, clear sky. Oh, that sounds great. So what is his first camp? How old is he? How old is your son? That's a great thing to be doing. My boys love a bit of camping with me, and they go camping with their grandparents as well. My parents take them on to like campsites and stuff, and they do sort of bits and pieces like that. 8, that's a great age for camping. That is nice one. What was his favourite bit? Did he tell you? Did you do marshmallows or anything like that? I used to, I still do it from time to time, but the boys love roasting the marshmallows, but I used to go all out with it, and so we'd make s'mores like the Americans do, and like roast the marshmallows, get a bit of I mean, there's two ways to do it. Because we didn't have graham crackers. One bonfire night I went to the full hog, got graham crackers and Hershey's chocolate, and really did it authentic American style. But most of the time we just get some chocolate digestives and wrap the marshmallows between a couple of those. Bob's your uncle, easy s'more. So yeah, beautiful, that sort of thing. The boys used to love that. I mean, that's their sort of favourite sort of thing to get up to. But yeah, I'm not really into those myself, so I don't really do them when I'm out on camp. My favourite dessert, as I'm talking about desserts, I'm waiting for you to tell me what your son's favourite bit was about his camp with you, or maybe tell me what your favourite bit was. I mean, obviously, you know, clear sky, bit of chat, brilliant stuff, but we've all got our favourite bit of camping. Mine's generally having the fire and like having the good food. But desserts, though, you got to have a dessert. How are you not coming out with a dessert? My favourite dessert that I've ever had, anyone who's watched my old videos would have seen me actually trying it for the first time. I think, it might have been on the, I think it was on the abandoned golf course. Yeah. And I'd never done it before, but I basically brought out some custard and I warmed up the custard and I threw in some brownie chunks from like just basic stuff from Sainsbury's, and like that warmed it through a little bit as well. And they kind of went all like sort of partially gooey at the same time. Oh my! And that was like a winter camp, so it was just gorgeous. I think I'm pretty sure that was either at the end of November or the start of December, somewhere in there. But it was like late autumn, I suppose, but like it was a cold one. Oh, something about camping in that, because I don't do a lot of winter camping. Well, not prior to YouTube anyway. Oh man, that was just insanely good. That was just incredible. Right, I'm going to turn this burger, and then I'm going to see. I'm pretty sure Too Late to Trifecta has message. Ooh, there we go. I'm not paying attention, and I'm dropping things. Well, the burger's at least stuck to the grill hard enough that it didn't go anywhere. I'm still trying to pry it off. Problem was the coals weren't that hot at the start, so it didn't sear as well as I'd like. I could literally hear some cars' brakes, or was that the train? I'm not sure, but some sort of braking noise over there. I can hear a train now, so it could have been the train. But I was like, if that's a car's brakes, that must be in the car park for the train station over there. There's still trains going. So Too Late to Trifecta said we've done campsite, but first woods. So his first woodland camp. Oh, I see. But you've done campsites before. Yeah, there's something different about it, isn't there? Just going out and doing it in the woods and being properly wild with it. Loves the fire. Yeah. There's something about lads and fires, isn't it? Time for a safety check. What are you going about, Billy Bird? What safety check? Everything is safe. Don't worry. You should put some cooking oil on the grill first to stop it sticking. That's a great idea. I should have done that. Yeah, I probably could have got a few dregs out of the bottle and just used a bit of kitchen roll or something, wiped it over, or use one of these bags. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. I mean, I'm a bit slack with it sometimes, but that grill needs cleaning and then oiling up. I don't do it often enough. I should clean it after using it and oil it up and store it properly, and I don't. And the amount of times I've ended up having the grill that's gone all like rusty because I've just left it out, which is bad because I always think they should be made out of like a really good high quality stainless steel that doesn't go rusty, but apparently that's not a thing so much. So, but yeah, the burger is nearly done. There's plenty of heat there. Yeah, that's a good cooking temperature. I might do though. The coals do look like they could do with a little bit of adjusting, so I'm just gonna open them up a bit. There's like just a lump of coals there that just doesn't need to be. That'll speed things up. Oh, these chips are good. Oh, they're beautiful. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not going to lie, these are all going before the burger's even ready. There's not many left, if you can see. Wow. I mean, they're not healthy. They are oven chips that should have been cooked in the oven, and instead I've just deep fried them. So they are far from healthy. But I don't do these kind of camps for health. If I want to get healthy, I'll go walk across the country again. I can tell you now, I lost about 2 inches on my waist doing that. Just the sheer amount of walking constantly day after day. And I obviously had to carry all my food. I don't know if I made it clear enough on that, but the whole idea was walk across the country with everything I need on my pack, like on my back, in my pack, except for obviously the water that I got on the way. But all the food, everything I ate, I was carrying from the start. I didn't stop and resupply. There were no like support crew to give me extra bit of food along the way or bring me a Mackie D's or anything like that, like the Fieldhouse lads have. But yeah, I carried it all on my back, so I had to make decisions. How much do I carry? And I know what I'm like. I need to have a little bit of consistent fuel throughout the day, little snacks and that. So I took hobnobs and M&Ms, but I had to make sure I had the right amount for each day. So there was like a limitation there. So I was eating pretty sensibly compared to what I normally do, and doing 15 miles a day of walking while eating sensibly really did shrink the waistline. That was really good for me. And I kind of want to do it again, just to, if I did like 3 of those in a row, I'd probably be healthy. I'd get rid of this gut. It'd be good. Jimmy says lesson learned. I'd like to think it was lesson learned. When I'm camping, it takes me a while to learn my lessons, I'll be honest. I'll do the same stupid thing again, like about 6 times before I realise I really got to do it better. All right. What's Biffa saying? Oh, wait, hold on. Too late to trifecta has asked something else. Have you ever had trouble with drunks or teen troublemakers? So far, no. I've been very lucky with that, I guess. I'd like to think it's a certain amount of my precautions of where I picked to camp, but I'm straight up going to say I've camped in places where I really honestly thought I was going to get problems with teens. The one under the flyover at Olsey by the station, it's clearly a spot all the teenagers hang out. And the amount of places I've camped where like there's graffiti right beside me, and I'm like, surely there's somebody who's going to be hanging around here at some point. The most worrying place I've camped, though, without a doubt, was the one at the Bedford Retail Park. Sorry, I just heard a noise. That's what it's just an animal. Yeah, and that was fine. It was a pretty risky spot, and it was pretty hard to kind of get in and out without somebody seeing that I was walking about and doing something weird. So I'm pretty sure somebody worked out that like I disappeared off some random spot, but nobody could see me camping. Nobody could just see the tent. So I definitely got away with that. However, having to go around to the KFC and beg at the drive-through for them to give me to sell me some food, and anyone who watched that stream, I don't think many people did, but certainly not many people probably would have seen that section of it either, where basically I walk over to KFC with all intent of just going in and buying my food, only to find out that an hour before their closing time, they shut the restaurant part and it's drive-through only. And of course they have a policy, you need to be driving, you can't just walk around. And I guess that's for safety and stuff and whatnot. But I kind of caught some guy going out to the bins from the back door and sort of said, "Oh, dude, you know, can you serve me? Because like, you know, I'm going to get no food." And I essentially had to like beg the manager. The manager was pretty cool. He's a bit wary about me filming, but in the end, he was like, "Yeah, okay, we'll sell you some food." And I got a big old bucket of chicken and whatnot and disappeared off. But while I was waiting, they were asking me, "What are you up to?" Because obviously there I am streaming like on my phone with the old selfie stick out and all that, desperate to get a KFC from like basically the drive-through. It was all really strange. So of course they want to know what's going on. So I say I'm a YouTuber, and they're like, "Well, can we have your channel?" And I was like, and it's the only time when I've been able to, I couldn't say to the person, "Oh, you can have my channel," because of course I couldn't tell them. Because if they went on my channel, they'd see I was streaming right then and where I was camping, and I could have had so much trouble. But I thought I've got to be really careful when I go back to the campsite, because if any one of them watches me and sees what I'm up to, they might come and follow, and then I could have all sorts of trouble. And I was like, "Oh, I've got to be really careful." That was nerve-wracking, that one. I was like, I honestly thought that I was going to get caught. But again, though, got away with it. They seem to lose interest once I've disappeared. So yeah, oh my lord, yeah, I really should have oiled this up. I really should clean this thing. I'm going to get it cleaned and oil it up. Perfect. Just get rid of those. There we go. I like my burgers well done. I'm sure some of you would be like, "There's no such thing." But I usually like my meats very well cooked. Put them around the long way around, haven't I? I'm just going to finish these chips up, just the last little chibby bits. I'm going to have the burger. Oh, right. I don't know if anyone guessed, but if you guessed one chip earlier, I've just dropped one. Ugh. Annoying. Only a tiny little thing now. Right. Right. Should be right just to wrap that on there. It's a little oily, but not too bad. Toast the bun. That won't take long. What have we got here? My doctor was Biff said my doctor was really impressed when I told him I drink plenty of fluids, sometimes up to 10 pints of water at a time. Wonder if he will still be impressed if he know I like my water with malted barley, sugars, and saz hops. If he watches your channel, he knew exactly what kind of what stuff you have in your water. I'll be honest. It surely isn't much of a secret. Jimmy says, "I'll have to find that. I'm not sure what you need to find, to be honest. That one slipped by me, unless you're talking to somebody else." Simon Solo, I tried going to the drive-through on my bicycle once. They didn't serve me though. Yeah, I had to be really persistent. They were good lads though. I'll be honest, I didn't think they were going to serve me, but I was streaming. I had not a lot of other choice. I thought, might as well ask. And yeah, it took a good 5-10 minutes of me begging and sort of pleading. And yeah, guy let me have it. Beth said he went through the submarine. Dear, what we doing? Play bubbles? Oh my lord! I tell you what though, because that reminds me of I've watched some of the other videos from this Unplanned Stealth challenge, and Out of Bounds, he tried to do this thing where he basically went to a taxi rank and asked the taxi driver at the head of the queue, can you drive me 15 minutes in any direction? And the guy was so weirded out by this that he was like not having any of it, and the guy wouldn't take it. I was like, what? My mind was boggled by this, because I would have certainly been like, dude, I'm doing a YouTube challenge. It's nothing sinister, and I'll tip you 20. Just drive me 15 minutes, your choice direction. I just need a random location. And I'd have explained it to him. I'm sure I could have got the guy to say yes, but poor old I forget, is it Andrew? Is his one? I don't know, but Out of Bounds anyway. He he just couldn't get him to do it, so he had to figure something else out. But I was flabbergasted. It's like, how have you failed to convince this guy just to give you a 15-minute fare? I was just unbelievable. But yeah, the guy was having none of it. I'm not sure what he thought could have happened. Like, if he's the one picking where to go, it's not like you're going to get him to some random weird spot and have an ambush or something. So yeah, it's a strange one. So yeah, there you go, standard, just a cheeseburger. Job done. I'll just let that warm the cheese through a little bit. And I've noticed that I've got some long ones. Let's have a look. Mimi Bots. Then that's a weird thing to have in your name. I wonder if that's surely not actually a bot. Time for Yoast. Oh yeah, does that mean Yoast's video is going live? Oh man. Yeah, I guess Yoast might be premiering his video. Sorry, Yoast, if you're still in, well, I'm streaming at the same time as yours is premiering. I didn't really consider any of that. I didn't even look to see when the next videos are out. But I will be watching Yoast's video. I'll be watching them all, obviously, because I've got to decide whose is going to make the final 5. I'll be honest, the Aussie 12 are in the lead on that one. Their video was insanely good. Oh, it was such a good laugh, that one. That was brilliant. Oh, that'll happen. I lost battery power on my phone. It was not charging up as fast as it sometimes does, and I think that's because I was charging through the what do you call it? I need to come out of this. 1 second. Is it actually doing it? Oh wait, that's why. Sorry. Need to turn that back on. Oh dear. Sorry everybody. Technical difficulties. Alright. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. I use that phone as a hotspot for this one, which uses a lot of power. And yeah, and then I was charging basically through the adapter for the lapel mic, which is no longer in use because that slows down the charge. And yeah, that caused a problem. So I do apologise. Yeah, sorry for the drama. So I might bring you in closer. I've finished cooking. You don't really need to see the fire anymore. This is me trying to eat my burger when it's hot. And all this stuff is in it. Whoa. Okay. Let's see how we fare. go. Cause myself more problems than good, I think. Oh dear, it's all going wrong. It's all gone Pete Town. I don't really want it next to the fire, but there we go. Right. Oh, dear. Right. Let's just shift things about a bit. Try to make some space. Oh, the catastrophe of battery charging and whatnot. Oh, there we go. Right. Let's get that out of my way. Right. I'm gonna put that under my leg there. There. Woo. Right. Yeah, sorry guys. Oh, Out of Bounds is here. I was just talking about you and your challenge. Yeah, it is live. Sorry, it is live. Remind me, Andrew, is it? Is that your real name? I forget. I always go by. I'm just going to say Bounds. That's fine. So Bounds is in. Hi Bounds. Yeah. I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, says Billy Bird. That I've heard that before. Where's that from? Why have I heard that before? Where's that from? Oh, I was going to do one that you've got to say. You must put in the chat. Where's that from? Oh, that's weird. Bounds. Yep, blunt. Autocorrect. No, is that Wimpy? What is that? Some advert thing? Or Popeye or something? Oh, Popeye. Weird. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for. Oh yeah, Popeye. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. So as I was saying, I was on my lapel mic, so you can potentially hear more background sound now because now you're on the phone's mic rather than my lapel one. Because when I charge through that, it's slower, and it must have been slowly draining because I let it get down to 20% without remembering to charge. Because normally, as soon as I set up, I put it on charge, but I must have forgotten to do it until 20%, and then yeah, it basically meant that it only had a limited amount of time left before it was going to fudge up. I'll be honest, it's at 5% now, so it is going up. That's good. So we're good. My battery pack can actually push the charging fast enough, so I'll actually get to eat my burger now. Fascinating live footage of me eating a burger. I do apologise. Alright, so let's see about some chat. Oh yeah, the curry over the table. Bounce. Essentially, I've had some mishaps in my time, but that was painful. That was painful to watch. I will say, Bounce, you seem to have a very high rate of basically failing on the food and going off to find somewhere to buy some. I mean, it might just be the ones that I've seen, because admittedly, I obviously only found your channel recently. Hold on. That's better. But yeah, it seems to be the videos of yours that I've actually watched. Quite often you're like, oh, it's all gone Pete Tong, I'm going to just go and find some food. It's like, I think that's probably the two things that kind of stand out for me. You go very urban when you're cooking, and you're like just doing a doorway, which just blows my mind. You'll just sit in a doorway of some establishment and just be like, I'm just going to cook here. But then it'll often go wrong, and then you're looking for food anyway. It's just incredibly funny, but also just gutting for you at the same time. Well, that's good to hear. So, too late to trifecta. I hope I'm saying that correctly. So it sounds better with background noise. To be fair, that's one of the things I do like about on this phone when I'm streaming, is it does make the ambience a bit better if it's with the mics, because you can hear all the background. Hold on, I'm just going to cycle through this lighting because it's doing that stupid stroby thing. There you go. I don't know why that happens. Just when they've been on for like a little while, it just starts to do stroby thing. I do apologise. But yeah, yeah, it's. I'm wondering if I can. I've got an idea. I'm going to be back in just a second. I'll take a bite of this. I'm going to be back in a moment. A bit of an idea. Talking of ambient. Oh. Oh. Remember your guy line is there. I just walked into my guy line. I'm sure you can hear me. Oh dear. How's that? Oh, I've done it again. Why? Well, no. Oh. Oh, it's the shortest skyline in history, and I still walk on it every time I go past my tent. What is wrong with me? Yeah, that's not bad. There you go. Right, sorry about that. I don't know if you realised what I did, but there you go. For a bit of ambience, I pointed the light that's over there, that was pointing at my tent, I've pointed it to the bushes there, so you can actually see what's behind me. There you go. So let's check on some messages. Although I could also probably improve this light. I learn as I go, people. I learn as I go. Let's have a little look. What's that like now? Yeah, probably up here. Can I do something with that? Ooh, how's that? Don't have a fill light, but no, it's not great, is it? It's a weird, sort of weird place. What about down here? Like that? No, that's terrible as well. What about on the bottle? Ah, there we go. There we have it. Right. Drops are good. I'm a bit slouched, but you'd have to put up with that. I'm going to sit and relax on a tree. So yeah, that's sort things out. To the effect, you got a fire on? Of course I have. Of course I've got a fire on. Let me give you a little look. You know, my fire pit is running nice and hot with some charcoal in it. I've been quite lazy and just used my charcoal. There's loads of wood around. I could have used wood, but I bought the charcoal. So I'm going to reiterate for like the probably 6th time this evening as to what I'm doing and where I am, because I think Bounds asked as well. So I am in Huntingdon, a town I've never been to before, and my stupid idea was, how about if I get off the train with you guys? I'll be honest, that was a bit of a hassle. I tried to live stream on the train and it was having none of it. The signal was awful, so the first bit of this was just like on and off. But yeah, once the train pulled up, we were good to go. Got through the barriers, turned on a 30-minute timer, and that's how long I had to find a camp spot in a place I've never been before. Hadn't looked at the map, hadn't done any research, just that's the nearest station I could get to, which I hadn't been to before. So I came from Olsey, which is like obviously as you all know, my hometown. So I got on the train at Oldie, went up through Biggleswade, Sandy, St Neots. Next stop, Huntingdon. I don't come up this far. I mean, I've been through it on the train over to like Peterborough and then done a change from there, but yeah, don't know any of this area at all. So off I went, 30 minutes, see what I could find, and I have lucked out big time. I'm in like a little woodlands off a park. There's like a basically a walk down the road from the station. Found like a playing field, not a park. It's more of a playing field. Just a couple of football pitches really, sort of slightly disrepair but usable. The sort of field where you have a shipping container at the side, and this one actually did, where people store stuff and whatnot. And I just walked around, tried to find a spot, landed on this one, came through here. It's definitely active. It's got like little BMX sort of ramps and stuff built in where people have been using it for that, and it definitely extends quite far. I've looked on the map, and it extends quite far that way. I'll see if I can show you on the map. Um, do I still have? Yeah, so the it's a grey dot at the moment, but you can sort of see there hopefully. Um, yeah, it's saying I'm in the houses, but I'm not. There, it's moving the dot. So it does go quite far back, but essentially this is the field I was walking around, and there's the station. So you see, I walked down the road, got to the field, went in here. It goes quite far back compared to where I thought it was. So yeah, plenty of space in here, and yeah, it's a good one. I'm really enjoying it. So it's a quiet little spot. Got my tent all set up already. I haven't done my mat yet, but it doesn't take a few minutes. So yeah, it's great. Yeah, don't worry about being late bounds. You're outbound saying sorry's late, but it's like, dude, you're like the other side of the world. You're early, not late. Talking about. Jeez. Um, um, yeah, Mimi Bot's right. Everyone's probably over on Yoast at the moment, which is only fair play. I'll be honest, there are still 17 people watching this apparently, so cheers to you guys for hanging around. I should be watching Yoast's video. Um, I would be tempted to just watch it. I mean, I don't know. It'd be a bit of a cheek to just watch it on here, but I don't know if you guys want to watch me watching Yoast. But his videos are crazy. I love his videos. I'll be watching that as soon as I get off this. As soon as I'm off, I'm going to be watching that one because it's nuts what he does with the music and everything like that. It's fascinating to me that he puts so much effort into it, but just comes out with something so hilarious most of the time. I If he hasn't let me down on this one, I'm pretty sure he'll be in the top five with the Aussie 12. The the Aussie. Have you seen Bounds? Have you seen Aussie 12's video yet? Oh my god! I mean, it's just a masterpiece and just like cracking like underwater shots. But the humor just I was in tears of laughter at points. It was just crazy good. Dear. Yeah, yeah, Yoast. That's the word for Yoast's videos. They are a trip. That is the only word for them, actually. They are serious trip. Yeah, any of my viewers who are watching and wondering what we're talking about, get over to Yoast's channel. It's just toast, but with a Y, so Yoast. Do a quick search. I'd put a link in, but I can't put a link in. If I was at a laptop, maybe, but even that's a bit beyond my technical prowess at this point. But yeah, no, Yost's videos are just a super. His intros, every time his intros are just insanely good. Yeah, the voiceover. Yeah, they did use the voiceover well. I could do a voiceover stuff. It wouldn't be hard, but I'd obviously be terrible at first. I'd need practice. But I've chosen specifically not to do voiceover stuff. I'd rather do my videos. My intent with it is to try to immerse my viewers with me as if they're alongside me, and I feel like a voiceover kind of spoils that. You don't have that in real life, and so I want to keep people in. Of course, I do my video like the music montages because I have to shorten it up. But in that way, I'm giving you the feeling of what's going on and how I'm feeling when we do different parts of the missions. But I prefer to keep mine like first person, sort of like next to me sort of stuff.
which makes it quite tricky actually to tell the storyline. I feel like it would be easier to tell a storyline with voiceover. I could be wrong, but um, I feel like telling a story is way harder if you can't say to people what the story is. That was a weird noise. I don't know if the camera picked that up. Weird. Trippers in Psychedelics asks, too late to trifecta? And yes, pretty much. Psychedelic would be the second way to describe his things. He gets properly into it. I mean, it's not full on psychedelic, but it is kind of towards that way. He's definitely giving you the feeling of what it would be like to be like a little bit high, because he does get high, and I'm not talking mountains either. Mm. Um, right, well, it's just Bounds and Mimibot and Too Late to Trifecta in the chat, but there are a lot of you watching apparently, so get in the chat, say hello. Welcome to the group and the silliness of me being in the woods in a random location I've never been before, hoping not to get found by anybody. I mean, well, no, you can't have searched Yost and not found him. That's crazy. What? Um, can I do something to show you where he is? Let's have a look. Um, I don't know that I can do much. I could go to my subscriptions and find his video easy enough, I imagine. I've got to refresh that. Yes. Oh, I'm on a different thing. Hold on. Yoast. Um, holy moly! There's a different Yoast. I can't believe there's more than one Yoast. Yeah, I've just done a search for Yoast, and that's what's come up, and that's nothing to do with him at all. I mean, what on earth? Maybe Yoast and Stealth. Ah, search Yoast and Stealth. So that's what I've done. Is that gonna? Is that gonna? But basically, yeah. That's not. Why are you not focusing on that? Jesus, come on. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. So anyway, yeah. But Yoast and so Yoast Stealth, and that came up. He came up first result at the top. But yeah, he has crazy good intros. It just blows my mind, and he gets up to some good stuff as well. He gets up to some really good camps. So yeah, well worth a watch. He certainly does more than sit in the woods eating a burger. Which, to be fair, I've done a little bit more of today. But oh man, I need to get my burger down me. So just give me a minute. I'll. You don't want to look at my good mug for while I'm eating. So I'm gonna see if I can't do something interesting here. There you go. See what I do. I do that. Isn't going to fall, is it? Might do. There we go. Get the grill off. And there's loads of twigs around, just tons of them. I'll throw a few in. We'll get the fire going. Why not? Take a moment. Oh, very smoky. Whee! There we go. Let's move you guys back a bit though, because that's right. Oh, that's how we roll. Oh yes, gotta love it. There we go. Me and some fire. Now I get to spend the evening throwing sticks into a fire. What better on a campsite, eh? Well, I'll tell you what's better than that. Throwing sticks into the fire and having a donut as well at the same time. That's what's going to happen in a minute. I will get the donut out. One of them anyway. There's just loads of firewood around. It's ridiculous. There, load this thing up. Slightly fatter log. Oh, that's a bit of the wood that I chopped up for the poles in my tent. Just throw that in. Turn it around a bit. There we go. Just died down a moment while I put some more in, but that'll soon be going up the clappers again. Get a bit more comfy. Oh, nice. Oh, lovely. That is warm. Right, let's have a look at that. So, too late to trifecta asks me, I'm assuming you're asking me this one. Have you ever had mushrooms or LSD? And the answer to that one is a flat no. I don't even drink alcohol, so I've never tried any drugs, to be fair. I'm not that way inclined. I am crazy and insane enough without all that, to be fair. Hold on, I'm just gonna have to change this light again just to cycle it around and make it work properly. I'm wondering if it needs to be that bright. Oh, that's a bit nicer. There you go. Doesn't need to be that bright at all. Yeah, boring, I know. I don't judge anyone who does do drugs. Each to his own. You do what you want to do. I certainly judge people if you know, you got an alcoholic who goes home and beats his wife or something, or his kids. I'm like, yeah, I've got a problem with that. It's your actions. It's not. You want to do something for yourself, and you just want to have some fun, recreation, and do something like that, and it's you're not harming anyone. That's up to you. Each his own. And, I'm not one to judge. So yeah, but I don't do it myself. Um, Hey birds, I've been subscribed to Yoast for a long time, and so you should have been. Nah, I'd be better. You've probably been subscribed longer than me. I'm quite new to the whole Stealth Camping Alliance, so a lot of the chaps on there, I'm only sort of now sort of discovering their videos. I've probably only watched a handful of Bounds and Yoast, but and I think I've only watched like 2 or 3 of the Aussie 12. I think only 2 or 3 of their videos. And there's definitely plenty of members who I haven't even seen their channels, let alone a video, just if they haven't done challenges. I've seen on the website there's an absolutely massive list of people that are part of the Camping Alliance, but yeah, just it would be impossible to watch everybody's videos, I think. But you only see the ones who are doing challenges most of the time, so yeah. Roger Harris says, where are you in the country? I'm in Huntingdon, so hopefully that'll answer your question. I'm guessing you've just joined. This is a completely unplanned event. Well, planned to be unplanned, more likely, really, but yeah. Hey, Yoast is back. I guess that means your premiere is over. Sorry I wasn't there to watch it, dude. Yeah, a bit of a misstep, I guess, doing such a long live when there's other people premiering their videos. So apologise for that, but I'll check it out later for sure. And we've been chatting about your channel and trying to get people to subscribe. So hopefully you'll get a few more new ones. So Bounce, oops, just clicked away from. I have to find Yoast. Yoast 420. I wasn't sure if you found him. Last premiere. What's that? I saw the last premiere. First thing I see is a talking image of you with aliens and stuff. Oh my lord! I'm gonna check this out. He's put me in it. I loved what he did with Tom in the Tent, and like took the Star Wars sort of weird theme that Tom had going on for no apparent reason, and just kind of ran with that. And the stuff at the end on that one was just insanely funny. I'm really hoping he's done something cool like that with mine. I don't know what he could do, so I'm kind of like really excited to see. But yeah, I'll definitely check that out. um, Spark is saying, Molly, you should put up a recommended channels list. Well, to be fair, if you want to see a recommended list, just go to my subscriptions are public from the channel. So if you want to see a good channel, go check out my subscriptions list. It should be somewhere on my channel. Oh, I'm not very visible anymore. What's going on with that? Let me change this again. I'm hiding all of a sudden. There we go. It's just very, very bright now. This is the trouble, isn't it? It's finding a happy medium. If I do that. Aha, there we go. Oh, that fire's absolutely lovely. It's just nice to stretch out my legs either side of it. That's one of the nice things about having a properly compact little fire pit like this. I can have my legs either side, and just like the heat gets me all over. It's just brilliant. You couldn't do this if you just had like a open bonfire there. No. But yeah, Sparko. Anyway, I was saying, yeah, my recommended channels would be that. I guess is what I post about some channels sometimes. But yeah, I guess a list wouldn't hurt. I don't know where I would put a list though. Maybe somewhere at some point. I'm not sure where the best place for that would be. But if you look through my posts, you'll see some channels. Like I recommend different ones all the time. Like, you know, some of them people I now know, like Mike, Mountains and More. Mike from there, his stuff's great, and he's only a very small YouTuber, but you know, I'm sure he'll grow over time because he does really great stuff. But yeah, yeah, I guess something like that would be cool. Simon So says I was camping Up the Horseshoe Pass when I was about 18. I have no idea where that is. You have to give me a little bit more detail on that one. I'm not. Yeah, it might seem it, but I'm not very well travelled, or rather, I don't know a lot of places. So I just go where I can find on Google that looks interesting. I'm not very up on places, so I don't know where Horseshoe Pass is. But I picked a load of magic mushrooms and boiled them up and ate them. Whoa! There was giant mushrooms everywhere, and I couldn't put up the tent. Is that real? Did you really do that? Because that's insane if you did that. That's crazy. Roger Harris says, I am also in the woods near Rye in East Sussex. My bush box is burning really well. Oh yeah, the old bush box. I think I know what that's like. Yeah, it's like, is that like the English version of one of those box stoves I've seen? I think, or is it actually the American one? Yeah, the old box stoves are quite good. You get a good sized one. I mean, this is basically the same thing, but it's just a little bit easier to carry around because it's not heavy panels. It's just a quick, light little strip of titanium. So it's nice. Um, uh, what you've done? You use a lip sync tool to get me to say something weird, have you? on your video. I'm just responding to Yoast. He's saying that he's got a new lip sync tool. He does all these cool things. He's got some editing skills, that man. He's got some real editing skills. More than me, that's for sure. I do my best, but I'm more about just having fun and doing stupid adventures rather than I do my best. I do my best. I'd like to think some of my videos are watchable, but I mean, there must be. I've got some subscribers, so I won't put myself down, but yeah, I certainly don't think I'm any like. I'm not a Steven Spielberg or Kubrick or anything like that. You know what I mean? Just out here having laughs, trying to entertain you guys. I have a little bit of fun myself at the same time. I've got to be honest, this is a chill one though. This is a really nice chill camp. There we go. A little bit of sawing action. Get a little bit of wood cut. Ooh, the wind's changed direction a little bit. It's coming at me. A little bit of air. And Bob's your uncle. Fanny's your aunt. We have ignition. Got a little bit of fatter wood in this time, so it'll last a bit longer. I need to do something with this. Make this a bit more comfortable under my leg. I think that'll almost do it. What's going on? Oh, it's inside out. How did that happen? Oh, because it was. Silly me. There you go. That's good. Grab that. Put that there. Sorry about my foot being in the shot. Right, just trying to get comfortable. Trying to relax. There we go. There we go. Right. Oh, Jimmy's still with us. You're right, Jimmy. The smoke does keep all the little insects and mozzers and that away. Cool, you're getting the brunt of it though over there. You're downwind. I'm in the safe zone. Right. Let's have a little look. Really dangerous area, you say. So Yo says he's talking about the his video, and he's saying it's depicting me in a really dangerous area and saying this looks like a good spot to camp. Well, you didn't need to do any special effects for that, mate. I'm sure there's literally footage of me doing exactly that, being in a really stupid place to camp, saying this looks like a good spot. I'm pretty sure that's not something. I'm pretty sure that's not fictional at all. That's just literally a Saturday night. Oh dear. Oh, this thing keeps spinning around. That might be why there's a load of firemen running over here. You could be right. The sirens were probably a fire engine being called for the smoke coming from the woods. Now, to be fair, no one's going to see the smoke this time of night. And I'm under trees, so it dissipates it. Um, I've done a lot of fires in my years, and to be honest, when we were younger, me and Noah used to do some stupidly big fires. Um, and, it wouldn't be something sensible like this. And we've never ever had any problems. We've never been like even caught having it, to be honest. But we've never had anyone called out. We've never accidentally burnt anything down. We've always known how to do a fire sensibly. I learned how to deal with fires when I was little, in controlled places in my garden and stuff like that. We've really done some stupid stuff though. Um, the stupidest thing we ever did was at university, and of course we're at university, so stupid stuff abounds. The story's pretty straightforward, really. I say we, Noah decided. This was back early in our friendship. We met at university, and he was living in. We were both at Sussex University, and they have what's known as the East Slope, although they don't call it that anymore. They call it something else. But back then it was the East Slope, and it was like basically the cheap bit. And behind that was like the reason it's called East Slope because it was all sloped up behind the buildings, and there was a really cool spot up there where you could just all kind of congregate and just have a good laugh. And they recently chopped down loads of conifer trees. Um, and Noah decided he wanted to do a big fire and do some outdoor cooking because Noah loves his cooking and a bit of outdoor cooking is brilliant. So he, him and a few of them like sort of build up this big bonfire and set it alight, and he does his usual thing. Back then it would be he'd pull all the coals to the side and he would cook on them and stuff. We have different techniques now, and we don't have these big bonfires because I'm not joking. This thing was massive. It was massive. It was good sort of 5-6 foot wide, big pile of stuff that was burning. And at some point, drinks were flowing, and Noah thought it'd be a good idea to go over and get some of these massive branches that had been cut down and put the ends of them. And bear in mind, they're like basically these like sort of mostly dry conifer branches with all of the needles still on and stuff. And he just dumps the end in the fire to get it all lit, and then starts waving it around, and it's just sparking and like jumping like flames everywhere in the sky. And he's just running around with this thing, and he'd done this a couple of times before the security guys came up and sort of said, "What on earth are you guys doing?" And said we shouldn't be up there having fires or doing anything. And they said, "Look, you can carry." Like, eventually, Noah offered them a burger, and they calmed down, and he agreed not to be running around with the fire anymore, and just to keep it to the bonfire. And they were like, "Look, it's going already. We're not going to tell you to stop it now, but don't do another one, and stop running around with the flames." So yeah, we did some stupid stuff. We did, but we don't go so stupid anymore. We do want to do something that we have done in the past. We did like a full roast dinner on camp one time, just like this. We're in the woodlands, and we like have a nice bonfire, and we spit roasted a chicken, and we had a crack at like using some foil containers and stuff, like foil trays, to steam some vegetables and roast some potatoes and do a few bits and pieces like that. And it actually worked. It was brilliant, and we loved it. It was a really good meal, and we want to do that again. We do. So we were planning to do it. Couple of weeks back on the live, but he had to pull out last minute, so we couldn't go and do that together. So hopefully, maybe next month or sometime later on, we'll get around to getting out together and doing a live, because it'd be cool to have Noah along for one of the lives, and we'll do a roast dinner with you guys. That'd be awesome. Oh, that's a good question from Bounds. What did I study at university? Does anyone have a guess before I say? I'll read a few more comments. Anyone wants to guess what they think me and Noah studied at university? Stick your guess in the chat. But I'll just read a few more and then I'll answer that one. Simon Silas says the horseshoe passes in. I'm going to try to pronounce this one. Clangolan. Is that how you pronounce that? That's as close as you're getting me. I can't do the business. But Clangolan, I think, is probably how you spell that. So I'm guessing Wales from the. That's obviously going to be good. It's in Wales. I love Wales. Wales just has all the good country. Um, Done a few trips over there. Snowdonia was just brilliant, if dangerous, but you know that's the way things go. You go to the beautiful places with the great hills and mountains and everything, and yeah, things can get dangerous. Yeah, there was a bloke in the woods behind our house. There's a fire going, and he's talking to himself. What, right now? Or are you talking about me? Are you making a joke about me? It's like these people have been in the houses behind me, but I don't know. Um, Sparker's having jokes with Bounds saying, yeah, women, but I specialised in beer. This is what you studied at uni, that's good. Um, how many fans have you had, sir? Well, I had one before I got on the train, and this is my second one on camp. So there you go. If you're counting, lots of sugar. There you go. That'll keep me going. I don't know. In fairness, it'd be the donuts that get me high though. Ah, Jimmy says I could eat a roastie. I tell you, Jimmy, you come out with us, mate. Come out on a camp with us. We'll me and Noah do the roast. There'll be plenty to go around. You can enjoy it with us. You'd be more than welcome. um, Too late to trifecta guesses psychology. Actually, I would love to have done psychology. That would have been right up my street, realistically. Um, Yo says he studied anthropology. I'm trying to think what anthropology is now. Is that? That's not. What's anthropology again? I don't know. My brain's going. It's something I have to do with human. It's not. Is it animals or something? No, I don't know. You'd have to tell me what that one is. I don't even know that one. Roger Harris says English. Clearly, I speak so well. Yeah, I have a super grasp on the English language for sure. That's a terrible guess. No, I'll put you all out your misery. I studied maths. I am very, very good at maths. Not as good as I used to be. I've forgotten more than more than half of what I know, I'm sure. Maths is one of those things, if you don't use it, you lose it. But it's good enough that I can teach the boys plenty of maths. Even when they're friends who's slightly younger than Ethan by a year. He was around the other day while I was doing some of their maths with them. Did a bit of algebra, and he hasn't done any algebra yet. But I managed to teach him the basics in one little lesson, and he actually picked it up really quick. Little lad called Pacino. What a cool name! Can you imagine having the confidence to call your son Pacino, as in Al Pacino? That's just woohoo! What a name! But yeah, mathematics. There you go. I was doing like an M math, so like a poor man's masters. I didn't actually finish it though. I dropped out of uni before I got to finish it because I was too lazy and I couldn't be bothered to work. Noah managed to pass his course. That's what we were both doing, maths. But yeah, I ended up going to university just because everybody else in the class was like applying for university, so I did as well. It was just the thing that everyone was doing, and I kind of ended up just following. Like everyone, it was like the teacher was just saying, right, everyone's doing this now, and I'm like, okay, so I just did the same thing. I think if I'd have stopped for 2 minutes to think, do I want to go to university, I might have still gone, but I might not have. I mean, my thoughts on it now are university is good for realistically two things. If you want to do a profession where you kind of have to be doing that serious of learning, like if you wanted to be a doctor or something like that, you've got to go to the proper school. You've got to do a lot of learning. But there's a lot of courses at university where I'm like, what is the point? Honestly, like maths is good and it's solid, but at the same time, most jobs you're not going to use it. You're only going to need that if you want to be like a proper like mathematician, kind of researcher type deal, where you need that kind of level qualification to get the job. But in reality, it was more to do with the fact that, you know, you're just showing a bit like businesses or potential employers that you can sit through some boring stuff and turn up on time to things and whatnot. And I've never had to tell anyone about my qualifications through jobs, because all the jobs I've had are not those kind of jobs. They don't really care what your qualifications are. Or very soon after university, I did 2 jobs where they actually wanted to like know, and I was hired by somebody, so they asked a few questions, but they weren't bothered about any kind of like what my qualifications were. But then after that, it's all been self-employed, so I've always worked for myself. So no need to show anyone a CV. No need to tell anyone what my qualifications are. And it was always a bit of a, I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, because that's what I think the main thing of doing university is for. It's a way to get away from your sort of your family life with like your parents looking after you, and kind of get out on your own 2 feet for a while, but almost like a soft start, so you get used to looking after yourself. But you also get to build your social skills. So I was terrible socially before university, and I learned a lot of my social skills during that time. And thankfully, even though I met Noah with very little social skills, he became a really good friend. We met on pretty much the first day of university, and we had a close-knit group. But me and him stay tight to this day, as you know. And he's like a brother to me now. And I wouldn't change a thing, because if I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have met Noah. So yeah, that would be an awful lot thought to not have Noah as a friend. But these sticks. Need fire word. Yeah. But yeah, for social stuff and building yourself up like that, yeah, I think university is quite good for that. I mean, some people don't need it. They're already very socially adept. That's it. That's the word. There you go. Told you I didn't do English at the university. Sorry for the noises. I'm just gathering up little bits of firewood to throw in. I've got a big chunky bit there that I might break down. It's just nice to have the fire going. I don't need the fire. It's quite a warm evening. It's like, I think, low of 16 tonight, which is just stupidly warm, but it's just nice to have the fire. Now look, you might think that my saw can't handle something this chunky, but I guarantee you I'll get through this no problem. Job done. Get some fat stuff in. You won't need to reload it so often. Not that I had to do that too quickly. Nice fat chunks. This one might be a bit harder to cut. It's a bend in there. Squish my finger. Ooh, that bit was dense. Ooh, got through though. There we go. So we've got big flames, and we've got fat wood in now. That should be ready to burn soon enough. I'll get those going. Cut this last bit in half. So I've got 2 more to go in a little while, but 3 should be good enough for now. There you go. Big flames. Whew. So let's have a look. Oh, did Roger Harris squeeze in maths just before I said it? Cool. Well done. And then Bound says, I dropped out of community development. Yeah. Sparker says, school was too much commitment for me. And someone called Adventure Nomad, welcome to the chat, says, this bunch is too cool for school. Yeah, we're all too cool for school. To be fair, you should. Do you know what? I have a theory on this. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the term dyslexia. A lot of people go, oh, that's because people who struggle at school quite often have something like dyslexia or something along those lines. And a lot of people go, oh yeah, it's like it's like a disability, and it's actually not. Essentially, there are people who think two-dimensionally and three-dimensionally. What that means is, if you are good at reading and writing and like linear thinking, just like taking on an instruction and just regurgitating it and being able to, just go through them steps, that's usually a two-dimensional thinker. That means they think, and they'll often think in words and stuff like that. But someone who's dyslexic, that doesn't mean that you have a difficulty with learning. What it means is you think in a different way. So you think three-dimensionally. So if you're talking about like building something with your hands, doing something, which is in the real world, you're actually better at it than the two-dimensional thinker because you're thinking in those three dimensions. So fitting things together, puzzles, that sort of thing. But also, me building stoves and stuff like that. It comes more naturally, whereas you'll struggle with the two-dimensional stuff. So it's just different types of brains. So two dimensions finds two dimensions easier, three-dimensional thinkers find three-dimensional stuff easier, and actually it's not that one's better than the other. It's just it just means that you're better at one thing over the other, just like somebody's good at singing and somebody's good at dancing. And because when I was at university, I actually got diagnosed with dyslexia, and that's when I started looking into it and trying to figure out what it was. And it was the most stupidest stuff. The tests are a bit different now, I believe, but essentially they ran these tests, and it came down to this idea that you're supposed to perform the same across the board, and because I didn't, so I was essentially near perfect in like most of the categories, but then there's one where I was just above average, and they were like, so that means you have dyslexia. I'm like, what are you talking about? And that's when it got explained about a lot of that stuff to me, so I looked into it. And it's just that often with dyslexia, it just means that when you're talking about book smart, you're not necessarily going to be able to like do some of that. So like, for instance, like I'm pretty sure my dad has dyslexia as well, and that comes across in his writing and with his reading. And I think he's more classic case than me, where I've never had this, but apparently some people with dyslexia, when they try to read, the words start moving around on the page, and I'm like, wow, that's fascinating stuff. But the reasons for that are really cool, and it just demonstrates the reason, like the difference between a three-dimensional and a two-dimensional like thinker. And I had this thought anyway that a lot of people who struggle at school, most of the time, I think it's not because they're stupid or because they can't handle whatever. It's actually just because they're a three-dimensional thinker and the learning's all in two dimensions, or potentially, you have like a mind that's just too active to be sitting there in a classroom. So kids with ADHD and stuff like that, you need a different environment to be able to learn. So not that you can't learn, it's just that you need a different environment than sitting in a classroom for like hours on end and expect to have this kid just pay attention and learn all the things that have been written on a whiteboard. It's just some people can learn that way and others cannot. And I had this thought anyway that I was getting to, which is that generally speaking, what I found is the people who struggled at school, and when I've met them, I often consider those people to be smarter than the people who actually went through school with ease, because not because of that, but just because that's the way I sort of see them. And then I find out that they struggled at school, and it usually just coincides that the smarter the person, the more trouble they had at school, and they just couldn't deal with that like slow pace of sitting in a classroom, being hand-fed information. They need to absorb it in their own way, and it's just maybe that they're thinking faster, or they're more three-dimensional, and so it's more advanced in some ways like that. that they need to have it in a different sort of way. So yeah, that's so it's interesting that a lot of you guys are basically telling me you struggled at school. I mean, I don't know that I struggled like per se with everything, but I did struggle with a lot of stuff. Yeah, I couldn't sit for an English class for love nor money, and a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, art and physics and maths, I always found that stuff like very fascinating and was always loving that sort of thing. But even with the art, it was always three dimensional, always building stuff. It was not like painting and drawing. I'm useless at that. Um, um, Roger Harris saying I have ADHD. Do you? I don't think I have ADHD. I think I'm probably on the spectrum. My eldest son is on the autistic spectrum, and I have a suspicion that I might be on that too. But I've never been diagnosed. But I have been diagnosed with dyslexia, so I know that I'm a. But and basically, I've read lots of books about it and understanding about how the speed of everyone thinks at different speeds and thinks in different ways. So you've got people who think in words and they can hear like an inner monologue and stuff like that, which blows my mind. There are people out there that when they think they can hear their words in their heads, and I don't think like that at all. And to hear your own voice, I mean, I can do it. I can sort of like as if I'm speaking, but people like think in their heads and can hear. I'm like, that's nuts. Who's doing that? But apparently that's the most normal way to be, and I'm just like, that's crazy. But yeah, I could go on and on about this stuff. I find it fascinating that way people's minds work. Yeah. Good one, Adventure Nomad. I know all about dyslexia, I just can't read it. Yeah. I always find that funny that the word dyslexia is like one of the most stupidly complex words to describe a thing that basically is the most common symptom is people struggle to read. I'm just like, what? Why? The irony. The picture keeps freezing. Sorry if that keeps happening, Simon. It's I think it's the signal. The signal's not brilliant out here, I'll be honest. And I think as the wind's got up, the trees are sort of doing a little bit of interference, a little bit of movement. So apologies if it keeps freezing, guys. Simon Sider says some people say they've got dyslexia as an excuse. I don't mean you. Yeah, I'll be honest. This is one of the troubles with labelling people with ADHD, ADD, ASD, dyslexia, and all that sort of thing. When somebody is able to label it, it often goes one of two ways. It either means they can understand it better and then and manage it better and make adjustments and just sometimes just feel better about their differences, but allows them to move forwards and be more positive. Because definitely when I was younger, I struggled. I realised I was different and I didn't know how, I didn't know why, I didn't understand other people that well, and it made making friends very difficult. But as I got older and I started to understand these differences and what other people were like, and why I was different, and you know, I was able to make adjustments, understand other people a bit better, and it made for a lot stronger relationships and like made me more comfortable around other people. But then there's these other people, you give them that label, oh my lord, suddenly everything they do that's wrong, they can just put it on that label, and then they don't have to have any consequences. And yeah, it becomes that crutch, like, oh, this is why I can't do that. I can't do this because of that. Nah, that's not a good way to be. But unfortunately, you know, there's plenty of people out there. You're not wrong, Simon. You're not wrong. Let's have a little look. Schools is not equal for all people. That's a very succinct way to put it, Sparker. The structure of traditional schools is not equal for all people. Yeah, well, that's pretty much what I'm trying to say when I say about that. It's not an excuse. I haven't been diagnosed, but the traditional education system is BS. Yeah, well, that's why I homeschool my boys for the most part. I mean, the main problem I think there's two main problems with traditional school. The first one is it's obviously very rigid and is aimed at the majority of people, but that majority is shrinking all the time. It may have always been only like a tiny majority. Like we're not even talking about over 50%. I mean, like there's just like maybe like 40% of people think in that standard way where they're good at school and they can just follow the stuff and whatever. but and then there's like other people with different other stuff out there, um, but yeah, but basically, if you're only teaching one set of those people well, and the rest are having to struggle along, that's not a good system. That's broken in a way, and yeah, not being able to recognise that there's different people learning in different ways, and needing a different structure. Yeah, that's a flawed system to start with. But then when you add on to that, that you've got 30 kids in the 30 kids in the classroom with one teacher, and somehow you think that one human being is going to control 30 kids and teach them like in any sort of decent sense at all. It's mind-boggling to think that that's doable. I, I couldn't imagine taking more than 5 kids into a room and teaching them all, getting all 5 of them kids to understand that new thing and keeping them under control, like not letting them just like bounce off the walls. To do that with 30 kids, I'm like, you've got to be a superhuman to be able to do that. To keep 30 kids, it's like not just controlled and bounce and stop and bounce off the walls, but then to have them all sit there focused and actually get what you're saying, commit it to memory, understand it. I'm just like, that's ridiculous. You might get 1 or 2 of them kids to do that if they're there and they're kind of self-invested in their future and they understand they want to learn. But I mean, 30 kids, no, it's a no-go. So yeah, when you got them 2 problems, it's nuts. So yeah, that's why I homeschool my boys. What do you mean you can't hear your own voice in your head? That's a good question. So I guess you're one of the people, too late to trifecta, that you can hear your own voice in your head. Well, I don't. Now I can only explain this the way that I read it in a book, where basically what they explain is there are different ways to think. So some people think in words and some people think in images. I come to believe that actually I don't just think in images, I think in like complex three-dimensional concepts as well. So like when I'm building something, I just visualize it in my mind, but the whole thing, but I also visualize it through time as I develop it and stuff like that, and see it moving and whatnot. So it's not just like a static image, but some people do apparently think in static images as well. So like for instance, some people when they think of a cat, they'll think of the word cat. Other people will just see the image of a cat. When I think of cat, I see a lot of scenes in my head of interactions I've had with cats and different cats moving. So like I'll think about a cat from when I was little, but also a cat that I looked after at the allotments and stuff like that. And I'll see a lot of complex imagery, but like moving and connections and stuff like that. But that's only when I'm really focused on something and I bring it into my consciousness. And there's this thing, and this was fascinating, and this apparently is across the board, not just with people who are like three-dimensional or like two-dimensional, and whether you think words or images, it doesn't really matter. There's something to do with speed as well. So if you think of taking like a video, so like this one, and if you had if you instead of me, if it was a field with a road going across the middle, okay, and you have a car just go across from one side to the other, and then you just loop that video so the car keeps going across from one side to the other like that, so it just goes across. And then if you keep speeding that up and speed it up and speed it up and speed it up and speed it up, and then eventually if you get fast enough the car will disappear because it's going too fast for the camera and your eyes to register. And this is the concept of if your thoughts are very, very quick. Apparently when you think fast enough, your thoughts come and go so fast that your conscious mind doesn't see them. And so even if you think in words, if you're thinking the words fast enough, they go through your brain so quickly that they don't register and you don't hear them. And like, so I won't always see my thoughts, and so if someone asks me a question, sometimes the answer just pops in my head and I don't know where it came from, and it's like a completely just like that pop, spontaneous, there it is, that's the answer, and I don't even think it. It's just like it's not like I think the words, and then that becomes very difficult, so I have to translate that from my brain to words, which is why sometimes I sound like I've got verbal diarrhea, because I'm trying to keep up with my thoughts, and so I have to slow myself down so I don't sound crazy to people. My dad hates it. I talk super fast sometimes, especially when I'm talking about something complex that I'm really passionate about. I'm like a minigun just going off, the words coming out. But apparently, yeah, that's the thing. So when you think fast enough, you don't see or hear your own thoughts, and so you don't have an inner monologue. But then if you think at a rate where you can hear them, then apparently you get an inner monologue and you can hear your thoughts. So it's not about like you're a fast thinker, like quick on your feet. It's not like I'm suddenly quick enough. I'm like Jimmy Carr and I can fire off like witty banter like no. It just means I don't hear my thoughts. They're just too quick to see. So yeah, it's crazy. It was crazy to me to understand that people could hear their own words, and I was like, no. But then obviously from the flip side, so I guess you're the other side of it. It's mind-boggling the different ways that brains work. It's brilliant. As we go into the era of AI, it could be transformational in education people. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, AI is already changing things a lot. It's school-wise. If you think about it, there's kids who like understand how to use that, and are just obviously going to be gaming the system. But I mean, definitely, if it matures a bit and they start to use it, but the problem is schools often take ages, decades to start using stuff. So yeah, I can't say that I expect it to suddenly make any big changes, but eventually I think it would, like AI would change school quite a lot, I think. Billy Bird says, do you know I charge by the hour for this? Well, are you a I don't know, there's lots of terms for it. I don't know what you'd be, like a there's so many terms for what I think in my head, and I suppose it would come out as language as a shrink, but I suppose psychologists, psychotherapists, then I don't know, there's all the American ones as well. This is the trouble, I can't fit, there's loads of words there to describe different things to do with people and their mental health and whatnot, but mental health worker, there you go, that's another term. But yeah, that's interesting. Is that what you do, Billy Bird? Is that your job? You charging people by the hour for stuff like that? Let's have a little look. It's going to be structured and do it in a way that is fun with the involvement in technology. Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm just replying to Sparky about delivering like education like in a fun way involving technology. I think that's one of the things I quite like. I see like Mark Rober trying to do that sort of thing on YouTube, and I haven't taken any of his courses or anything. I think as the boys get older, I might sort of enroll them into that sort of thing. And there's a lot of this, like people get sponsored by KiwiCo and stuff like that, and that does look cool. I'm just not keen. I'm not keen on like everybody getting sent out all these bits that they might well use like one or two times and then basically end up being in landfill. But at the same time, I see the value in it to have like these hands-on little lessons that kids can learn and really get invested in with like different kind of engineering tasks and stuff, and like, understand about the world around them. I think doing it hands-on like that for some people is fantastic, but I'd like to see that happening in schools where they're using reusable materials and things that can be done again and again, or at least recyclable materials and stuff like that, like making stuff out of wood and rather than just all these little plastic little bits coming in and whatnot. But yeah, it would be cool to see schools doing stuff like that. That's an interesting one. So Sparker says, I can and have since I was a child been able to allocate colours to numbers, as if everyone should understand this. That's not what I do, but that sounds very similar to some of the stuff that I do mentally in terms of like, why am I suddenly so dark? What's going on with that? Weird. The colour balance in this thing keeps changing. Yeah, like I have a thing, some of you might have this one, with numbers. Like, I like even numbers, I don't like odd numbers. So if I'm changing the volume on something and it has numbers, I have to put it to an even number. And I think someone at Google has this thing, because at some point my phones stopped having even numbers on, stopped having odd numbers as with like for the volume setting. You could only ever get even numbers, but then it changed back again. So I don't know what phone it was I had, but there was one where they literally they didn't bother with. So it was, essentially, it was instead of 1 to 100, the volume was 1 to 50. But they just went, but we won't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 50. We'll just have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, all the way up to 100. I was like, that's exactly how you're going to be doing these things. That's how it should be done. Um, Sparker inspired the movie Rain Man. Yeah, I tell you, I wish I was as gifted as that at any of it though. I'm a jack of all trades. I'm not a master of any. I put my hand to a lot of different things, but in reality, I'm just really good with like, you know, building things, creating things. I'm not an artist like Jimmy. Jimmy's really cool. He put together some stuff. I mean, I can't tell you guys how fascinating it was to watch him do a little bit of work. We were on a Skype call and he was like sharing his screen. I could see him just like getting the first sketch. It was just incredible to watch something happen so fast. Where I was like, I mean, I wouldn't get even close to that if I spent weeks, and like it would take me weeks just to get like anything resembling what he was doing. And he was just like banging this thing out in like minutes. Just I was like, this is insane how good he is. And yeah, getting that level of artistic work done is mind-boggling. But if it's building something, yeah, I'll give that a whack. But again, I'm not going to be quick with it because I'm always exploring stuff. But like with my van, so I kitted out the entire van. So it was obviously just a Luton box, but I kitted it out as a, like, you know, put all the electrics, the plumbing, built all the units and everything, figured out how to make all the space work so we could reuse different bits and pieces to make sure that we utilised every like cubic centimetre of the place to its fullest potential. And yeah, it was, that's the sort of stuff that I'm good at. Sparker, nobody's bad at maths. It was only explained badly. That's yeah. You can't. You're not bad at maths. It just wasn't explained properly to you. It's as simple as that. Like it's stupid stuff as well. I'll be honest. Like negative numbers is something that I always think when they're teaching kids, it's like really daft, like adding and subtracting. So I just took my boys down to the allotment and you just go, right, here's a cup, fill it with soil, dump it on the spot, you got one. Put another one on, you got two. If I take some away, put it into the cup and throw it away. Now I've taken one away, and then if you want to get to negative numbers, you just scoop some out of the floor. Now you've got a hole. That's a negative number, and it makes sense to somebody who thinks three-dimensionally. But yet, if you try to just give somebody three-dimensionally, these are numbers on the page, it won't make sense. And I'm like, yeah, if you need to have that real-world visualization, it's so easy to give it if you just think of it in those terms. Because I can definitely teach in 2 or 3 dimensional. I'm quite good at thinking at 2 dimensions compared to a lot of people with dyslexia. It just takes me a lot of effort, like so much more effort. This is something that the person who diagnosed me in university, I didn't believe her when she I was like, nah, you're talking nonsense, and she was like, no, and she started talking about it. And she was saying, when you do this sort of thing, does it take a lot of focus? Because I was like, well, of course it does. And she's like, yeah, well, the people without this, they're not taking that much effort. You're doing it, but you're expending like 10, 20 times more effort than they are to achieve the same thing. They're just like doing it without even thinking. I was like, you're joking. And yeah, there's just the mind opening of that sort of stuff. But you know, it's doable. I can think 2-dimensionally, but I do find it easier teaching my boys because they're both 3-dimensional thinkers. I mean, Ethan's sort of not. Like Henry's very similar to me, but Ethan's I do have to sort of do it at a different, come at a different sort of perspective for Ethan than I do for me and Henry. But yeah, it's fun though. It's fun teaching the boys because I get to teach them properly. Yeah, Sparky, if you've got teachers who disagree, that's just because they're bad teachers. And I'll be honest, teachers are human beings. If it's police, doctors, teachers, the person who's serving you coffee at Starbucks, you've got good people, you've got bad people. You've got smart people who want to be doing the thing they want to be doing, they've got passion for it. And then you've got people who don't want to be there and they don't really care and they're just punching in. And you have that in all those. It doesn't matter what someone's doing as a job. there's going to be good and bad people at that job, and yeah, there's definitely some bad teachers out there. I've had some great teachers. I had some brilliant teachers when I was in school, and they actually managed to get like through to me and teach me and get me progressing in those things. My maths teachers, two of them, were fantastic, which is probably why I'm good at maths. But yeah, I mean, I had some bad ones as well, though. Some of the stories I could tell you, some of the teachers, it's just awful. Oh dear. Yeah, you can use your fingers for sure for most of it. It's interesting, actually. I know a lot of maths, but most of the maths that I know is useless. It's useless in any real world situation. There's some stuff that's really cool and it's like really useful. And when I'm designing things, you know, maths comes involved. If you're getting really advanced stuff, like when I did a lot of web development for the window cleaning bits, I designed algorithms and stuff like that for the back end stuff. Yeah, maths becomes a big thing then. You've got to understand a lot of stuff. But if you're not doing that sort of thing, if you're not into that kind of work, there's most jobs you don't need a lot of maths with. And even if you do need maths, you can use a calculator. I mean, it's not important to have really advanced mathematics. You just need to be able to use your fingers, basically. If you can count and do a little bit of multiplication. But there's so many adults I've met, and I'll just be like, you know, they can't even do like their times tables anymore that they would have learnt at school. And I'm just like, that's insane. But at the same time, if you don't use it, you lose it. And there was a point where after university, I realised I didn't know my times tables that well. I was teaching the boys, and I realised I don't know my times tables as well as I thought. So I started. That's another train coming. I wonder what that noise was. They make a weird noise over, like a really high pitch, like. I'm like, what is that? And then it's like, oh, it's the train coming. But yeah, it's yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it with maths. It's insane. I definitely, I had to practice on my stuff when I started teaching the boys. It's like, oh my lord, I'm getting them to teach these, learn these times tables, and they're saying them quicker than I can actually think if they've got the right answer or not. I best like relearn it quickly and practice. It didn't take long to get it back, but that was a surprise when that happened. Oh, Sparker says he moved around the country regularly. What was that? Your dad was your dad in the military or something? Because I know I've known a few kids, like RAF kids, basically what we call them. They struggled so bad because yeah, they're moving around and the lack of stability with your education. Because obviously every time you go to a new school, new place, they're at a different place. There's gaps all of a sudden, or you're going back over something, and yeah, just that's crazy. I don't understand how, like, anyone who wants to move that much and do that sort of thing. I don't understand how anyone agrees to that. I just couldn't handle it. I mean, we move about, but they have consistent, like, this is the thing, it wouldn't work if we weren't homeschooling. We wouldn't be able to do van life and move around. Mother was a nurse. How does a nurse move around? You've got me curious now. Jeez. Is that for like work? Like, because she had to go where, like different hospitals, or was that like home, like nursing or something? I don't know. Every 2 years. Jeez. Yeah, shit. Excuse me. Got the French coming out now. I've known RAF kids to not move that often. That's insane. Hi, Simple Outdoors. Good to have you in, man. It's at the back end of it. I'll be honest, we've been streaming for a long time. It's telling me 1 hour and 56, but I'm going to be honest, that's probably from the point where it crashed because the battery went. I am curious how long this has been going on for. Does it even tell me? Oh, are we just over 4 hours long? That's not even the longest one yet. What time is it? Jeez. I don't even know what time it is. Is it not even 11:30 yet? That's incredible. Well, as you can see, we've got the fire going. And I'm just enjoying a peaceful night in the woods, chatting to the guys. I think I Might have to go get some more wood. If we're going to keep this going, I don't see why not. That said, I've been sitting down for a while. Should we do a little walk around? Maybe we can check out the other bit where I haven't been yet. What do you think, guys? You couldn't do the challenge. I know I was saying it's longer than that. Let's have a think. I started at 7:15, so 8, 9, 10, 11. No, yeah, it's just over 4 hours long. Don't. Oh, ambitious nurse. Oh, it's just she moved for like better job and stuff. Fair play, fair play. Every 2 years though. Oh, still. Jeez. Yeah. So yeah, no worries. If you couldn't do the challenge, don't worry about it, man. That's just simple outdoors. Just so you couldn't manage it. But that's cool. There's no pressure to do it. That is a good question. Sparker's just wondering if Biff is still conscious. We haven't seen him in. He said he was going to pop in and out, but he popped out and that was that. So yeah, right, I think we're going to do a little walk around and get some more firewood. Let me just check on the battery level, see where we're at. Oh, if I can. Oh yeah, we're at like 50%. That's good. Right. Woo. So, need to have the light. I'll switch the camera around. Alright. Excuse me for a second, this might get noisy on the microphone. You're no longer on the lapel one. I think we'll stay on the camera mic just because. Sorry for the noises. There we go. Right, here we go. Off we go. Yeah, so you can see that the fire is still going fairly strong. It's got some big pieces in there, but I need to get some more wood. So yeah, and then there's the carnage of the evening so far. But yeah, it'd be good to just have a little walk around. I may have to leave you guys for a minute just so I can have a Jimmy, what do I call it? Jimmy Riddle. Oh, look at this. Look. Always nice to see people leaving their rubbish behind. Not. So we haven't been down this way. Let's switch the light to the other setting, because that works well. If I can hit the button. Oh, come on. There we go. I will say the battery life on these lights is pretty solid. I'll tilt you guys up like that. There we go. Through the woods we go. And see all the way down there. And then some weirdo in the trees. No, it's just me. Oh dear. So I've not been down this way. Curious to see what we've got. Oh, look at that. It's a big old down tree. That's just split. Look at that thing. Jeez. That thing is just obliterated. Oh, yeah, there's some downed trees in here. Frig. That thing is... That's right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm picking up some wood and stake that fire up. Going to enjoy a nice, just relaxed, long camp tonight. There's plenty of wood here. I think I'll snap one of these off. Just one of these will last for ages. I'm going to... Oh, God, there's so much down the tree in here. This is insane. I don't know if this is coming across, how much of this you can actually see. But there's like loads of... Oh, something just took flight. Of course, it's a bit spooky in some ways with having it all down like this. Jeez. So this was clearly a path, but it's just like overrun with the fallen down trees. This is crazy. Yeah, if I could snap that big fat one off there, that looks good. But I don't know. If I can find some ash, that would be really nice. Just a bit of seasoned ash would be really nice. Yeah, some big old trees in here. I've got to pay attention. I've got to find my way back. I don't know if there was any turns so far. Not really been paying that much of attention to what's going on. Yeah, there's definitely some other tracks about, look, so I've got to be careful. I don't want to get lost and go the wrong way. Like Noah's just saying that. He's going, I didn't even see that. I just looked. Noah's saying that I'm going to get lost. Whoa. Okay. Okay. That looked like a big old drop for a second. I was like, what is that about? And then it's like, oh, it's a river. A stonkingly green, maybe not a river. It doesn't look like it's moving much. Is that moving? Let me stay still for a second. Oh, I see a little fish in there. I don't know if you can see that in the camera, but you can see that fish. Yeah, you can, look. You see the little fishy under there? He's right in the light. He's darting around, he's trying to get away. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a brick wall here. I don't want to fall in, but yeah, more of a pond. I think it's like a side pond off from the ooze, I think. Because as I said earlier, the ooze is around here somewhere. Well, that's as far as I'm getting then, boys. That's it. Which way did I come? I came from that way. So, do I go down here a bit further? Maybe. Nah, let's go back. Let's find some wood. I want to stoke up that fire. Just going to stretch the back a little bit. Ooh. Right. Spark has had way too much Fanta. I'm guessing Fanta isn't what you've been having. Man, sometimes I have an evil laugh, don't I? I don't mean to. Oh dear. Right, let's have a little look. Wood. We want good wood. What's this bit like? I mean, it's a bit lightweight, but can't tell what it was. But it is seasoned. It's dry. Let's see. What is that like? It's pretty good. That's a good chunky bit of wood. That'll last for, I'll get probably at least an hour and a half out of that, maybe two. And there's another bit here, but that seems to be attached to something. Will that snap off? No. That's a no-go. Get some slightly smaller stuff that will burn. There we go. That'll do it. A couple of smaller pieces. Oh, I won't get lost. I don't know if you can make it out, but I can see my light over there. Weirdly, it looks like two lights. I think that's just my light and then where it's shining onto, actually. Yeah, look, you can see my light just there. If I dip down, but then there's also a bright patch to the right. I think that's just where I've got the light shining through. Oh yeah, look, I can actually see. I don't know if it will come across if I change this light. Yeah, so you can see my light just there, and then it kind of shining through, and you can't really see it, but it is even lighting up. Yeah, you can see the bit of the tree there that's being lit up. That's where I've got it shining to the side. So yeah, oh, let's get the light back in the middle. Sorry guys. There we go. Who are you calling peasant? And I'm back.
Oh, that's a big old log there. Another one there. It's a really cool spot though. Yeah. Except for the moths flying around on my head. Right. Oh look, guys. Some randos having a camp in these woods. What a weird place for someone to camp. Hello? Anyone home? No? Well, let's take it over then. Yeah, I think you can see my barricade over there to stop the people from cycling into me. For those of you who weren't here earlier. And then I've sort of put this lot over here as a barricade as well, which is why I've not used that for firewood. But also I just like some wood that's slightly better than that. That's fair play, Sparker. You can't be bothered, but you enjoy it. That's why we're here on YouTube, I guess. Right, let's sort this out. Bear with me for a second while I mess with the lights. Dear me. There we go. Right, and switch that around. There we go. A wobbly moldy. Trying to sort out his tripod. There we go. How's that? And yeah, almost good enough. Okay. Should be pretty good. Tilt that a little bit like that. There we go. Oh, don't catch that. Thank you very much. So a little stuff in. Fire's gone down quite a lot, to be fair. Still a good base though. Still plenty of base there. I'm going to try and sort this light out a little bit. So no, that's bad. Just get it behind the camera. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh dear. Ah, that's a bit better. Right. Yeah, so you've only got a good base though. Small stuff first, just to help get the big stuff going. Just let that heat the sticks up a bit first. I have to cut that in. Where's my saw? No, that's behind a bit now. Okay. Right, where is my saw? What have I done with that? It's right by my knee. Right, let's saw a little bit of this up. I need to cut through halfway so I can snap it. There, and as if by magic.
We have fire. And we also have a very big log to cut up. There we go. It may look like I'm putting my hands to the fire, but I really aren't. I really am not. There you go. Easy peasy. Start at the thin end and work to the fat end. Lovely jabs. I see there's been some comments and chats. I'll get to those in a second. Some of this fat stuff cut so I can get it on the fire pretty quick. So great having a sharp saw. This is the second one of these I've ever had. The last one lasted about 10 years or so, 12 years, I don't know. And I cut some big stuff for that. I mean, I was cutting like 4, I think the biggest I went was maybe like I think I've cut like a 6-inch wide log, but to be fair, it was quite soft wood. Yeah, let's get some of these in. The fire's going well. The little stuff has caught. I want to get the big stuff caught now. Oh, lovely. Lots of smoke. Yeah, that's fine. It's going to take a moment. When that gets going, that's going to have some big fire. Let's have a look, see what we've got here then. Ooh. So stealthy I can't find my way back. almost. Red Fanta, fair enough. Is that? Oh, even Noah's asking, is that a euphemism? Full 16 ciders for me, says too late, Victor. That's a good way to do it. It's weird, I love watching this, blah, blah, blah. 100%. I'm going to have to go to sleep soon, says Simon. So I've got a 15-year-old cat lying next to me and I'm keeping her awake. Oh, dude. You get yourself to bed, dude. No worries. And maybe I'll see you in the morning if I bother to do a live stream. It depends how I feel, what time I get up, how things are going. Certainly if there's anything eventful, I'll probably stream that. Spark is saying that a bunny hobbit. Yeah, to be fair, it's just there to sort of make them think, like, and slow them down a little bit, and hopefully get their attention. I feel like anyone flying around the corner that fast that they can't sort of like see me and brake and make an adjustment is probably doing something a bit stupid. So I think I'll be alright. I'm probably going to be up early enough that it won't even be an issue, but I hope so. Yeah, I wanted to get more height. I've definitely made it so it's difficult to bunny hop in the middle where the tent is. So it's kind of raised up and that. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that the bits I saw looked like they were for pro people. It's more for like little local kids. And yeah, I don't think any of those are going to be like coming through this bit with that level of speed and that level of skill to get over that on the line with my tent. They could definitely do it around it, but that's the whole idea. They can then go around, and I think they'd make it through the gap if they need to. If not, it'll be interesting. You guys in the chat, I love watching when you chat to each other. No, yeah, I know you're not being funny, Sparker. I know you're probably legit about the whole. It's not. Yeah, I'm a little concerned, but at the same time, not concerned enough to put a huge amount of effort in. I just feel like it's not the spot where we're going to get anything too crazy. I could be wrong though, and like I say, there'll be an interesting live stream in the morning if I am. Let's have a little look. Simon says his cat bit his chin last night for keeping him awake. They'll do that, mate. They'll do that. You best get yourself to bed before she gnaws off your nose or something. Dear you guys, I might start doing live streams of it because my missus always thinks I'm cheating when I have a night like that. That's a good call, dude. That's a good call. She, mind you, if you're live streaming, suddenly a few good-looking lasses turn up and hop in the tent with you, you're going to be in some trouble. So you know, make sure you're really stealthy. Cheers, Spark. Yeah, I tell you what, the saw is just one of my favourite bits of kit. The fact that it can double up for quite a few different chores, and it's so lightweight. It's nothing. It weighs. I mean, it just doesn't weigh anything at all. This thing is so light, but yet robust enough to last years. And yeah, it just goes through like butter at the moment. Those teeth are serious teeth. Doesn't even. Yeah, it's not doing that justice at all. Yeah, there you go. You can see the teeth now. Yeah, that a solid little bit of kit. I love it, and it's so simple. So simple. Yeah, you can get bigger ones, but obviously I always consider weight and stuff like that. This is perfect. I originally started with a penknife, like a what they called, the people do the Swiss penknives. I can't remember what they're called now. But yeah, I had one of theirs, and it had like a little saw in it, but it was a lot smaller than this, and because it's on this penknife that's fat, it just wasn't very nice to use, and it wasn't very good. But then I got one of these, and I mean, it was a game changer. This thing's so good, it's unreal. Good night, Simon. Cheers for sticking around for so long, dude. It's been a long one, I'll be honest. So yeah, it's been great having you along. Appreciate you being a member as well. You're solid for that. But yeah, have a good night, man. And Meg as well. I think Meg's his cat. I hope I've got that right anyway. Oh dear. Right, to be fair, I think I might start calling it soon. I mean, we've got a few people in, but I don't know. It's nice sitting by the fire, but I'm going to go hoarse if I keep chit-chatting this long, I'll tell you. To lean back, get comfy. Oh, that fire's lovely. I just love a fire on the campsite. Let me give you guys a better look just quick. Yeah, that. It's going beautifully. Got some big fat logs in there if you see them. But that's the thin end of that stuff. I want to get it even fatter soon. So yeah, it's good. Try and sort this out again. Good. There you go. Ah, that's good. There you go. We have the angles. Right. Ooh. I think it's time for a donut. I think that's the thing. I think I need a donut. You notice I always take quite a lot of care when I move around, and I'm trying to shift my position. I learned the hard way that if I'm not careful, I'll end up kicking the camera or the fire pit or something and causing myself grief. Let's put you guys back in charge as well. The phone's battery again. 5% again before I know it. So I'll just chop a bit more wood. Just there. And the stuff I've got in there is going to last quite a while because there's quite a lot of it. chunk left, but I've got a few pieces cut, some nice fat stuff there. Yeah, a few pieces ready to go in. Yeah, put you on charge. Yeah. Excuse me. Guys, make a position. Oh. That's not bad. That looks pretty good. I'm just going to have a little walk around for a second. Oh. Excuse me while I go for a quick jimmy. That thing's absolutely caning it. Right, so you guys are back on charge. Oh. A little bit. Oh. Oh, lovely. Oh, that's lovely. So we've got any chat going on? Right, looks like everyone's signing off, which is, well, I say everyone, a couple of people. But yeah, night trifecta. Appreciate you having you along. And I don't know, are you heading off too, Sparker? It looks like you were saying you might, I don't know, you're saying thanks for another great night. I don't know, I think it's probably time to be wrapping this thing up. It's coming up to the 5-hour mark, and it's nearly midnight. There's always a temptation to just keep going and let you guys come in the tent with me for a while as well and chill out, but there's not much goes on in there other than me watching YouTube and maybe a movie. Hey, Billy Bird's still there. Ah, dearie me. So yeah, I mean we've still got quite a few people in the chat. Still looks like there's 14 of us. So that's enough to warrant still letting it crack on. I guess you're here to enjoy the campsite and fire with me, so why not, eh? Let's just reload that with a little bit of wood. Time for big donuts. Big fat donuts. These ones got hundreds and thousands on. What for? How am I going to eat this? I'm going to use a bit of the wrapper. 5,000 IQ. Using a piece of the wrapper I've ripped off, so I don't get my hands all sugary. Oh yeah. I need to do something with that lighting. Do that. Actually, That's better. Mm. Ooh. Where's my hot chockey, eh? That is a good question. That's for the morning, that is. I decided to be lazy, and instead of doing poached eggs or anything in the morning, I've bought myself some hot chocolate powder. So that is in my bag in the bowl. That'll be for the morning. So yeah, as I say, I will be tempted to do a little live stream in the morning. Maybe do a little bit more exploration. It's definitely been a really interesting spot. It's fair play, Sparker. Not everyone's into the sweet stuff. I'd be hard pressed to say which I prefer, to be honest. The chips were absolutely gorgeous, but the donut is good as well. Mm. Mm. Oh, that Sparker says can't get rid of me that easy. Mm. Yeah, I love this spot. Can't believe I just walked in and found this place. This is crazy. I mean, I'm trying to think of the odds of somebody walking through with their dog, because it's not super close to the road. There's that whole playing field between here and there. And I think a lot of people might just walk their dog around a playing field. Yeah, that's weird that there's like a little pond there. I really want to explore that a bit more in the morning for sure. That's just a random place to find a pond, really. Mm. Now I'm a little curious why I haven't seen any frogs jumping around or any slugs. I guess I'm quite far away from the water, not massive, but it is quite dry up here. Hmm. Weird. Mm. Oh, that's lovely. If you can't decide between sweet and savoury, you're schizophrenic. What if you like both at the same time? What does that make you? Man, it's been a long one, but a good one. I've really enjoyed this one. We've had a good crew along as well. It's been really good. I've enjoyed this. Oh, it's lovely. I've been needing this all week, to be fair. I've been looking forward to it. Just get out. I was a bit worried. I wasn't sure what I'd get, whether it's going to be like a really sketchy urban one in some really dodgy spot or something. I was a bit worried about what I'd find, but I've been really wanting to just do like a nice little woodland one for a while. There's a woods near where we're parked at the moment where I'm thinking about doing one in the next couple of days. Just do a little chill one. Maybe do a little bit of bushcraft even, but see how I go. Now I've had this one, I'm like, might be good for a couple of days. Oh, that sounds nice, Sparker. Nice little private field for a camp with your son. Remind me again, how old is your son? He's not a young one, is he? If I remember rightly. You'll have to forgive me. My memory for these sort of things is a bit atrocious, but I think I remember you saying he's not the youngest. No, Mimi Bot has gone, wow, now you're crashing into the Shadow Campers video. Oops. Sorry, Shadow Campers. Oh dear. Oh, it's at 21, yeah. Yeah, I respect that. I think that's really nice that he's spending time with his dad at that age doing camping and whatnot. And there's nothing wrong with one in a private field, so long as it's not one that has livestock in it. Avoid the livestock fields like the plague. That's a fast road to getting a tick. Or two, or three. Mm. Yeah, really lucked out on this one. This was crazy good. Yeah, I can't believe I found such a nice chill one. This is unbelievable. 21 going on 6. Oh dear. Ain't we all though? Mm. No, I like that. No, that's solid. Oh dearie me. Yeah, the rate we're going, I think we'll probably be like live streaming through all of the other people's videos on the Self Camping Alliance challenge this month. I'll just like be here until like Sunday night, just live streaming still. Although, to be honest, I don't think my battery would last that long, but that would be something. I've toyed with the idea of doing like a 24-hour live stream. I think that'd be a bit crazy, but like maybe like when I reach like a milestone with the subscribers or something. Might do something like that eventually. Would be good. Ah, no, it's a nice way to do it. Get a bit of. If you get permission to be somewhere, that's. I'll be honest. It's this weird thing. Obviously, as YouTubers, that it's exciting if we camp somewhere where we're not supposed to be, and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, if I had a mate who had like a woodland, or if I had one myself, or a nice field or whatever, like just a nice place for a camp, basically, I'd definitely use that a lot. I don't think I'd go seeking out different random places if like as often. I'd still do it. I'd still go off on adventures, like crossing peak districts and stuff like that. Would be lovely still. But yeah, I feel like I I would not have got into this so much if I had a really cool place where I could just go and I was comfortable. But obviously, you can't really do that when you're doing this sort of thing. If I just camped here regularly, eventually I'm going to get caught. So I've got to mix it up. Got to like only use a place once, like every now and then at best. What you said? Uh, oh, the 24-hour thing. Yeah. Well, I don't think I'd expect anybody to actually watch for the whole 24 hours. I think the idea would be people would just come and go as they please, or even just pop in once. Um, but no, I'm going to be honest. There's loads of plans for this channel I've got, and I'll be taking it in a particular direction where I think everyone's probably going to hopefully enjoy it and have a lot of fun with it. And there's definitely sort of things where I look and say, when I say like live camp, I don't mean just live camping like this. I mean there'd be a purpose to it. I think anyone who's watched my channel and has actually watched the stuff that I like to do, like my favourite stuff, which is the missions. I enjoy the camps and the stealth camping and that sort of thing, but in reality, they're just like little, tiny little fun things to do. My favourite stuff is the big adventures, 1 kilometre missions across the Peak District, and you know the big sort of stealth camping across the country. That's the sort of thing that I really love to do. And partly it's because it has a purpose. So I set myself a challenge and I go off and I get it done. That's why, like, even like tonight, even though it's like an unplanned stealth, I wanted to have like a purpose to it. I wanted to give myself a challenge. So I'm like, half an hour. Surely half an hour is like is a tight squeeze to find a good space. And I think, yeah, it seemed easy today, but I think if I did that again, I think there's a amount of times I can do that and feel like I'm going to get lucky, and then yeah, I'd run out. I love having purposeful things I do, and I've definitely come up with some good purpose for the channel and what I want to do with it. and how I'm going to make it lots of fun for me and everyone else. And yeah, I feel like I could probably do a really long stream where there's an actual purpose to it, and a reason for streaming that long, and that would be good fun. Yeah, I'm waffling on now, aren't I? Oh dearie me. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. October's going to be a big month for those few of you still watching. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm doing a lot of prep for it. There's a lot of stuff building towards it. So channel branding and or rebranding, I should say, and you know, all that good stuff with the merchants and whatnot. But it's not really about that. That's just sort of like stuff to do, just to add on. But there's a load of stuff in the background that none of you guys are seeing at the moment. But I'm putting loads of effort into planning and hopefully executing something that's going to be really cool and a lot of fun. And I'm just sort of really excited about that. It's kind of been a lot of stress. So it's nice to get out and have a chill one like this, because I've just been needing to decompress, get a little bit of time to myself. But at the same time, I'm so impatient for it to come around and be ready to go and to get it doing. But all in good time. All in good time. It's going to be good. Let's have a little look. No, I tell you, no, there's loads. Do you know, there's a slight bugbear of mine. I People keep saying this thing, and they're not saying it as a thing in itself, but they keep saying it as part of like even Biffa and Tim said this, and I've heard it banded about a lot, where a lot of people are saying, oh, all these stealth campers doing the same thing, blah blah blah, and that sort of thing. And a lot of people, when they're having these conversations about, you know, what channels do and whatnot, and quite a few people say it's hard coming up with like something new because everyone's done everything already. And every time I hear someone say that or something similar, where they say, oh, you know, it's not that simple coming up with something new and that hasn't been done before, I get a little bit, I wouldn't say annoyed, but I get a bit like, ugh, really? It's like there's so much stuff that I want to do. There's so many new things and things that, you know, okay, technically you could say, oh, it's something similar's been done, but like there's so much stuff that hasn't been done. And the only reason I haven't done it is because getting around to it. Like I've got like a list of things longer than my arm that I want to do, most of which is completely new. I've never seen it done. I mean, it might have... Ooh, all right then. I guess you guys heard that. Woo, that's some noise. I wonder what that is. It's a bird up in a tree, I think, doing some sort of noise. Don't really know animal noises. But yeah, I've got so much stuff that I want to do, so much original things. I'm like, it's not that difficult, but it's whether or not you want to do them. I think that's the trick: finding new things, original things that you want to do. You know, it's that's what you're saying. Dude, I tell you, mate, Sparker's just saying to be stoked to be involved. You'll have the opportunity soon enough, my man. I tell you, that's all I'll give you. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much just because you're a solid support and you've been a member now for a little while. But yeah, it's don't tell anyone else. Yeah, you'll get chances soon enough. That was you. Ah dear. Twit. Yeah, do you know, that's weird. I assume it's an owl this time of night, but that was the weirdest call I've ever heard. That was strange. Maybe it was Billy Bird. So yeah, let's have a little look. Yeah, we are literally 3 minutes away from the 5 hour mark. I think we'll call it there at the 5 hour mark. If you guys are happy with that, I think I'm happy with 5 hours. Oh dear. I didn't mean to do a long one, but it's just been a good one. Same out, yeah. No, it'd be good. I make it no secret. The channel's about getting other people involved as well. And obviously, I started off, let's do some collabs, get some other YouTubers involved. Um, but I want to get everybody involved. So that's kind of the plan. Like the ultimate goal is to see how many people I can get involved with just doing crazy big stuff, and how big can we get it really. I think that's something I love about the Stealth Camping Alliance is that's an engine for getting people involved, getting people um, outdoors and giving things a try. And I definitely, that's kind of like what my passion for this sort of thing is really. I love doing the challenges and the camping and stuff like that, but having people along, having friends along is what makes any kind of like activity way better. Like the 1 km missions I've done on my own have been fun, have been a challenge, but the ones where I do it with other people, it's next level. The Lady Bow one with Noah was fantastic. Just I really feel like that was such great time spent with Noah, just us out together doing something like that, and it really sort of builds like camaraderie with that sort of thing. Really builds a bond. But then going off with Mike, that was epic, and yeah, I felt really solid with Mike by the end. It's a weird thing. Like we met up, we've never met each other before, and suddenly we're just off on a hike doing a grueling challenge. It was just brutal, but we I just consider him a solid friend now at this point. Like I don't even know that much about him, but just going through something like that together, just it builds a bond. I feel, and yeah, just and I think and I try to bring that across in the video. With the music and the shots and sort of showing the bits and pieces that I felt were important to that. Um, and I hope he's seen it. I'd be honest, he hasn't commented on the video. I haven't heard anything from him for a while, so I might get in touch with him and say, "Have you seen it yet?" But yeah, no, it was such a great adventure, but it was only that good because he was with me. You've got to have others with you, so that is a big part of the channel, and I think it always will be. Trying to drag people out, get people involved, and if I can get you involved as well, absolutely brilliant. So. Yeah, well, that's the idea. Virtual camping. You're here with me. We're enjoying the fire. It's all good. Right. But that's it. I think we've been sat here just watching the fire for a while. But I think I need to turn my brain off and have a little relax and reload this fire and just watch Yost's video. I'm looking forward to it. But cheers for sticking along for so long, Sparker. You're an absolute trooper, dude. You really are. Yeah, I one last one. I just replied to that. Sparker's just saying I feel like the 1 km missions are beyond some people's comprehension. I mean, that's one way to put it. I feel like they just don't necessarily connect with some people, but I also think they do connect with plenty of people. I've had such good response from some of them, but it's not the sort of thing that YouTube's really grabbing and sending out there. I think, if YouTube showed that to everybody like possible on YouTube, and who was watching videos, and everyone gave it a shot and watched a little bit of it, I think there'd be quite a large number of people who would connect with it and enjoy it. But obviously, it's not a huge percentage of the population, so that means that when it sends it out to a few people and not many people watch it, it doesn't get sent big. And I think that's one of the downsides to YouTube. It's like they're catcalling me. Did you hear that? It's like woo woo. That's cracking. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, but I can moan about YouTube till I'm blue in the face. But at the end of the day, it's all good fun, and they've been good to me. I've got a lot of people who've subscribed to the channel, and I appreciate every single one of them. And I just hope that I can get some more going forwards, and lots more of us can enjoy it together. But yeah, night guys. Sparker, Billy Bird. Thanks, Billy Bird. You've been around the whole time as well. Sparker's way more vocal than you in the chat, so I talk to him more. But you're brilliant. Sorry, can't help myself. I like that. You got a good sense of humour, Billy Bird. I like that. It is like a cat called it. It's like woo woo. It's hilarious. Oh dear. But yeah, have fun, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Oh dear. Oh, I've got to reach over.